Welcome everyone to Progressive Discussions. This is the Progressive Piranha. I'm your host, James Piranha Madonna. I'm here with my co-host, Damian Orwell Owens. How are you this week, illustrious co-host?
Could be better.
I know.
I'm doing okay, I guess.
You've been suffering. I know you've been suffering with terrible allergic sinusitis symptoms, postnasal drip, like myself. But yours is, I think yours is worse because I take loratadine, and you pretty much don't care for any of them.
Yeah, they make me feel worse than the original feeling I feel when I get allergies, so that's why I don't take them.
Right, and you discovered a 5G tower that is turned on not too far from your employment area, and which is not good. The title of the show, of course, is the United States is the largest insane asylum that was ever known, and it has become the world's or the largest insane asylum that the world has ever seen now, because it's juggling so many different so-called crises at the same time, one after the other. Now it's simultaneously, as if the first crisis wasn't enough. Now we're dealing with so much class warfare, spiritual warfare, political parties at each other's throats. The COVID-19 situation, the pandemic with that, the racial dilemma or crisis with Black Lives Matter, which is very suspicious because they're using sort of a bullying, extortion tactics. Many people feel that George Soros is funding Black Lives Matter to divide up the country. Salvatore Mercurio showed me that video of a white man paying off young black men right before they started rioting in Minneapolis. And the second he handed them the money, they continued to jump up and down and yell and throw bricks and all that stuff. Set things on fire. So the United States is simultaneously juggling many very serious crises and the pandering pigeon-livered, spineless American media continues to dish out misinformation and lies, and is biased, of course. They're biased because they're controlled by the oligarch, and George Soros and Bill Gates and all the others are part of that oligarch. And we're dealing with pathological, well, no, it's deliberate lying by Donald Trump every day and night. He denies, well, today he was defending Mr. Stone, trying to make him out to be an innocent bystander. What was his name? Oliver Stone?
No, Oliver Stone is the son. Roger Stone is the father.
Roger Stone is the guy that's doing time in the federal penitentiary, right?
Yeah, Roger Stone did a lot of different films. His son Oliver Stone, a movie you might be familiar with, is Natural Born Killers, and I believe he also did. It was either him or his father Roger did JFK.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You know, so you know, he's like Donald Trump so far. He's like the Teflon Don. You know, he's and I think he gets away with just about everything because he's a multi-billionaire thanks to his father. Because if it wasn't for his father giving him money and him inheriting money from his father, much higher sum than what he told the media, much higher amount he received. He just made it like it was a drop in the bucket, the money he got from his father. But his father made him what he is today. He got a Seagram's ginger ale, which is very easy on the stomach. I always like ginger ale. I like Canada Dry too. Schweppes isn't bad, but anyway, yeah. He every business he had, he went bankrupt. He's pretty much a failure as a businessman. So everything he has is due to his father, who was no angel by any stretch of the imagination. He was definitely no angel. Not innocent at all, guilty of his own underhandedness, but he was a functioning businessman that made money, whereas Donald Trump pretty much just rode his daddy's coattails, similar to Joe Biden riding Barack Obama's coattails. Now, I don't know what to say in terms of all the things that are going on in the United States. All the only thing I could say is, for some strange reason, Bernie Sanders has chosen to stay on the ballot in New Jersey. Raisin Ball Sanders is on the ballot in New Jersey, even though he acts like he's not running for the Democratic nomination, and he should not hold his breath expecting the corrupt, crooked DNC to nominate him. So why is he on the ballot as a Democrat? I got to take another look at that ballot, because he's a fool. If he's on the ballot as a Democrat, he should really be on the ballot as an independent progressive, because I know how this country is and how the media is with the word socialism, because they have to make it sound, they have to sugarcoat it and say democratic socialism. Well, fuck the first part, democratic, you know, and screw people getting offended and raising their eyebrows about the word socialism. So I don't know what his game plan is, if he supposedly backed out of the primaries and said he was going to possibly support Joe Biden if Joe Biden moves more to the left. to, oh, that's the right. Hold on. Oh, there you go. If he moves more to the left, and it seems like Joe Biden is not exactly moving to the left because he's not too fond of single-payer universal health care for all. He's not too fond of free public university education. So we have the frying pan and the furnace between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, and the oligarch, paid off, controlled two major parties, the Democrats and Republicans. Corrupt as all hell. The media is owned by the oligarch. You were correct when you emphasized the Second Amendment. And the only way to fight and destroy a corrupt system with a rogue government is by doing it the old-fashioned way, and that's the only answer. Now, flag-waving conservatives like Ronnie S. has made the statement, well, many Americans are packing a lot of heat. Well, guess what? The powers that be are packing even more heat. So my answer to Ronnie S. was, you ever hear of guerrilla warfare, urban warfare, not knowing who exactly the enemy is? I don't, my late co-host used to say, no modern trained army has really ever won a guerrilla war. The Viet Cong, you hear that? All you flag-waving right-wing veterans? The Viet Cong kicked the United States military's ass by popping up out of tunnels unexpectedly. Yes, the people that you guys call gooks kicked your fucking ass. That's why there's now a Vietnam. There is no longer a North and South Vietnam. So if you think guerrilla warfare doesn't work, flag wavers like Ronnie S., you have another thing coming. You shouldn't be too insulted because we're very outspoken on my Sunday show. So don't take it too personally. But if you take it personally, well, that's okay too. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back. Since we have a slight change of plans, I'm going to go back and retrieve. I should have really stood there, but I try to increase bandwidth by just having one page open. But
right.
I have to get I actually get it from you because I sent it to you, and it was on Alpha Males. So. Where is he? There he is. Damian Owens.
Yeah, when we get done, there's going to be some hard-hitting things that we as Americans are going to have to come to grips with. And they need to be exposed and talked about, because if not, nothing's going to fucking change.
No, nothing will change. Nothing will change. The Americans think by having peaceful hipster flower child protesting, that's not going to do anything. That's not going to do anything. You hear like Bernie Sanders says, "Oh, we need love. What we need is love." Well, yeah, you sound like the Beatles singing, "Love." No, love is not all you need when you're up against the forces of evil.
Yeah, well, but we need to address a bit more as to who the evil really is.
Right. Okay, now I'm going to give an attempt here. I guess Mr. Michael is a very independent young man because he decided not to show up. Or maybe Tommy the DJ will show up. He owns his own nightclub. He's pretty cool. Okay, now, do I hit the blue button first or do I bring up the video first?
All right, so go ahead and get the tab ready for the video.
The tab is up. Okay.
So when it gives you the option, do you allow this to be used? You go and you click yes to allow it to be used. Now you'll have a scroll down box after you allow it for
There you
use,
go.
and then you select the page that you want it to be done. Well, I tried it many different ways. Eventually, what I just had to do was screen share, and then kind of do like a half one side of StreamYard, half one side of like
Yeah.
Firefox or Chrome,
Like what I'm
and then do
looking
it that
at.
way.
What I'm looking at is three things, three options: your entire screen, application window, and Chrome tab. Okay.
Try Chrome tab.
Try Chrome tab. Now, do you recommend I bring the video up first and then hit Chrome tab?
Hit Chrome tab first, and then switch over the tab and see if it'll jump over the screen share that particular tab.
Well, the tab is the screen. The screen is not up yet.
Okay.
All right, hold on.
My name's Joe Buck.
Hold on.
Okay, we got audio.
Okay, right, because you heard that. Okay, now, all right, I'll click on the link appeared. So I'll click on that and I'll say share.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say share.
There we go.
Not Sonny and share, but let me see. Oh,
there we go.
That's good enough. That's good enough. Okay, I'll play it.
Everyone, welcome to the fucking loony bin. This is dementia and Alzheimer's out of the nursing home and off of meds.
You damn tootin', America. Here we go.
My name's Joe Biden. I'm running for, in this case, running for president of the United States. Look me over. If you like what you see, help out. If not, vote for the other person. I just spoke at Dartmouth on healthcare at the medical school, or not. I guess I wasn't actually on the campus, but the people from the medical school were right there. I want to be clear. I'm not going nuts. I'm not sure whether it's a medical school or where the hell I spoke, but it was on the campus. I want to thank Rich Fitzgerald, the county executive, Getty County executive, being here. And I propose, and I'm going to digress slightly. We're in a situation. The president asked me to head up a cancer moonshot.
President Biden, just to be clear, would you or would you not rejoin the TPP? Yes or no?
I would not rejoin the TTP as it was initially put forward. In Guatemala, El Salvador, and we to win and say in Honduras and say, look, I know I'm called middle class, Joe. It's not meant as a compliment. Means I'm not sophisticated. And there's an area where there's an important difference between the candidates. I'm running. The country wasn't built by Wall Street bankers, CEOs, and hedge fund managers. This guy is moving to just foment hate. The price for whatever the drug costs are. Well, folks, eliminate one tax loophole out of $1.6 trillion worth, $1.4 trillion worth. Out of $1.4 billion, $1.4 billion. It's hard to even say it so much. And by the way, it cost a lot of money. It cost about $740 billion over 10 years. Every single solitary person qualified in community college, increasing number of 6 to 9 million people. If you like your employer-based policy, you can keep that policy. If you agree with me, go to Joe 30330 and help me in this fight. Ronnie Carter's campaign, pick up your phones. Pick up your phone now. Send a text to the word 9 to the number 30330 330 or 303-330 or POO, whatever. You got it. Got the back there. Now he's feeling the pressure of an economy that's teetering on a recession. To say that LGBTQ people have no rights. And immediately changed the law in the state of Delaware protecting transgender people. I took on Putin in terms of Iraq. In terms of what's going on in Ukraine. My long friend, Tom Cannon, she's a friend. She's been my friend in and out of public life. It will cost 1/30 Costs a lot of money. Almost $740 billion to do what I want to do in 10 years. But not $30 trillion. Not 30 trillion. I'm among many qualified people. I'm the best qualified person for this job. And the reason is not just to help people who have or in fact are and like to get Alzheimer's, because think of what's been adopted. The Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation, but that all changed for the Republican friends in the late 80s when they adopted Milton Friedman's notion that the only obligation to find ourselves in a position where
Mr. Freeze,
where we've adopted Milton Friedman's notion of conservative economy. Now, if in fact you are in a position, what was the case, you worked for Jimmy, that's why we're so special. It took courage, it took resilience. They know who we are. We have to let them know who we are. We can do it, and it's going to take billions of dollars to do it, and we can afford to do it. We can't afford not to do it. Cut in half the number uninsured of the Asian American Pacific Islander community. Cut in half. Don't worry, I'm so serious. Children, I love to hear them. Well, President Trump and the demagogues around the world.
Demagogues.
Donald Trump is reelected. So people are figuring out there's not a damn thing you can do that we set our mind to that we can't get done. The single most stressed I was asked to speak to the American Psychiatric Association, to go over to the University of London to speak to the World Psychiatric Association. It's interesting. I just spoke to the International Society of Psychiatric, the International Organization of Psychiatrists, I forget the formal name, over in London, because this is not a Republican talking point. The Republicans are trying to kill Obamacare. Union workers, the UAW took incredible cut that we have $1.6 trillion worth of loopholes in the law. And I never thought.
Oh man.
That I saw in Charlotte. You know, I came home from law school, avoid having an excuse to walk by the dealer and say, no, I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom. If we just were to reinstitute the CAFE standards, and I think Secretary, excuse me, I wasn't the press going to say I'm downgrading my column. Senator. The fact is that the bills that the future president here, that the senator is talking about, and I was the one that suggested to the president, President Obama, I don't want to confuse presidents here. We provide a Medicare option. That's exactly what Rock and I talked about in the beginning.
Rock?
One of my closest friends invaded another country and annexed a significant portion of Crimea. He's saying that it was President Mind Loss. It's his fault. I got assault weapons banned for 10 years. It had to be reauthorized because of hanging chads in Florida. The last president said, no, I'm not going to reauthorize. We need to work together in Mexico as neighbors, not as adversaries. Adversaries. Nike or whatever in the market, in their places where the malls.
Oh God! The fact he was even in Spartansburg, which is a 2-hour drive from here, is disgraceful.
You can put every one of them in school, cutting in half the cost of a 4-year education. Why they do that? I ran the what they call the moonshot, dealing with cancer, and something after that set up the Biden Cancer Initiative. And here's the point: the conservative columnist, and they say, take my shotgun. I said, I have 3. I now have 5 because my son died, and I have 3 of his. That's 5 shotguns. So have a mechanism to control drug prices. It's not even basic math. All this thing dealing with cancers and other issues relating to the immune system or bioorganic. And by the way, the idea that NATO, the only people who entitled to rewards are stockholders. Ladies and gentlemen, he is deliberately and completely ignoring the legitimate authority of the Congress, and he's doing what he does with the complicity Stop trying to keep your work organized. By his failure to exercise any international leadership. It's about all these breakthroughs we have with the whole, the whole. Excuse me. I want you to know if you look at PolitiFact,
Oh my
no
God.
longer the wealthiest middle class in the world. It means investing much more in medical research to conquer devastating diseases like cancer and addiction and Alzheimer's. The opportunities are amazing. We are in a
He might need that funding he's gonna allocate to
never been
that.
able to do it before. I mean, they're not bad folks, but guess what? I found that the secretary, we sat together in many meetings. There's things that are worth doing in the planet.
Oh my God.
Presidents say matter. We also know we need teachers. My wife is a full-time teacher, taught all during when we're vice president. High quality options. The public option will be available in my plan. We'll make sure it's not quality. We'll make sure it's only affordable. Quality is affordable, not the end in themselves. It's a mischaracterization of my position across the board. Not those of us running for president alone. Not just activists like you. You know how many tax loopholes there are in the code now? 1,640 billion. Eliminate one. How can a person dignity be maintained? We choose truth over facts.
What?
You ever heard of President? I oversaw as the chairman of the Judiciary Committee a long time ago.
That's all, folks.
But we lead by the example of our power, not just the power, not just the example of our power, but the example. We're out there, and it's what we say. By strengthening. We have to eliminate the funding gap that exists between minority white and majority white and non-white districts. The fact of the matter is, I'm not sophisticated about why, how, and who built this country. Let me say this simply and clearly. They're not national assets.
What? He hesitated. He hesitated.
They're not the ones who built this country. That triumph of democracy and liberalism over fascism and autocracy. When I got out of school, when Bobby Kennedy and Dr. King had been assassinated in the 70s, late 70s, when I got engaged. 1787, United States Constitution. I'm going to publicly apologize for not being able to make it. We don't even live up to that's who we are. No other nation was founded the way we are. We hold these truths self-evident that all men and women are created equal, endowed by their creator. No nation has ever been founded on that principle. That was a time in the early 60s and 60s where it was drop out. We can do this by making sure we're in a position that we allow people. Time's up. I agree that everybody once they in fact anyway, my time's up. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice President.
Folks, well, I think it shouldn't matter where your race. We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. It's not about. I know you're supporting what they're doing, but look, here's the deal.
Put him back on his meds. Whoever took him off of him.
That is, if you keep an audience. That's why I'll end the gag rule, the global gag rule, prevents money from getting in NGOs in terms of the Ku Klux Klan and white supremacy. And if we give Donald Trump 4 more years, we'll have a great deal of difficulty if ever being able to. I looked at it anyway. That's what I think my plan. I know what my plan does, such as de-escalation studies have. There have been de-escalation studies. The reason I did what I'm doing is because there's a invasion of Hispanics. She has an expression. She teaches full-time and has taught full-time. She taught full-time as a second lady. She taught 15 credits a semester. She's never stopped teaching. She's going back in 2 weeks to teach as well, to continue to teach. 65 out of 100 jobs today require training beyond high school. 65 out of every 100. $30 trillion.
What? What's $30 trillion?
Reliable and powerful. And partnerships built on coercion. And Lisa, you have been a great friend for a long time. And your Paul son is remarkable. You know, they also got that last year. And for folks in the working class that are below 400, they will, in fact, increase their premiums. Will increase the generosity of the premium tax credit they now get. They go to school from a middle class or upper middle class house, having heard the estimates are as many as 4 million more words spoken. You know, next thing you gotta do here on
your Paul son.
The most powerful military, not hyperbole, most powerful military in the history of the world. That's not hyperbole, which we as a society talk
Whoever
about.
took him off his meds and let him out of the nursing home, please, for the love of God, put him back in there where he belongs. And put him back on his meds.
Now, she's back in the classroom at a community college where she teaches in Northern Virginia. Things changed. You had over 40 kids shot in Kent State on a beautiful lawn. The National Guard, a whole lot of things. And guess what? Americans never looked at a promise for most of the people at the time. A promise to people of color, for women.
Country Joe. Shotgun Joe.
Operating loan and operating loan.
Yep, I've heard of Corn Pop.
My dad was restless. My mom would say, because our room's an excellent, I'd say,
Mine's from Delaware.
Your dad can't sleep. He's just staring at the ceiling thinking, what happens? We have to start rewarding work, not just wealth. The first speech stood up. The former chancellor of Germany stands up. She says, we have to go it alone. International leaders spoke about it. You had people like you had people like the former chairman and leader of the party in Germany. You had people stand up and say how terrible it was. I mean, think about, well, look, this is beyond the scope of anything remotely what we've seen before. We provide efficiency for appliances. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air, where an overwhelming number of families ice walks into a small Mississippi town. In fact,
Mississippi. I wonder if that's what you call a Southern belle who's very tipsy. Mississippi.
He's from Scranton, Pennsylvania, and he was a senator in Delaware.
I thought he was from Delaware. Oh, my bad.
Deep prejudice is in some sections of society and how it can be unleashed by investing $100 billion in education, in global warming efforts. It's a whole range of things. I was told when we were in office, demanding that HIV/AIDS be designated, destigmatized and treated. And that's why we need to make post-secondary education affordable, available, and training, reducing the crushing cost of student loan debt. What's not to like about Vermont in terms of the beauty of it? And what a neat town. This is sort of a scenic, beautiful town. We can't afford it by just beginning to treat reward work as much as wealth. Well, Trump is pursuing a damaging and erratic trade war without any strategy, by the way. Well, that's what we determine pretty soon, won't it?
Thanks, guys.
Okay, now we're ready for.
Yeah, but oh my God!
Now we're ready.
I felt like my brain had an aneurysm. Oh my God! To be honest, not to make joke of a very terrible situation, but I think we just discovered something worse than Bushisms. This is Bushisms to the extreme. Bidenisms.
Okay, now before I ask you, and if Nina Yordi is still with us about the corn pop story, let's go for the good stuff. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Out of all the meals, which one do you want to eat tonight?
Oh, it's not on the screen.
Yeah, because they're playing an ad.
Oh, ads. I put ad blocker on my Chrome and Firefox.
I'll skip ads. Hey,
Well, my ad blocker doesn't allow any ads, not just only on YouTube, but it blocks all ads on all websites.
I wonder why the sound is mute. Oh.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand.
Hold on. Let me back it up.
I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun, in the sun.
In the sun. Okay, here we go.
Oh, is it not the Songify song of Biden and his hairy legs?
Weird, and Trump's kids are really jumping on it. Take a look.
And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down, so it was trained, and then watch the hair come back up again. And look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap, and I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
What?
Why? Why would you say that?
How is that
Why?
relevant in any way? And it's so weird. It's just all over the place.
It's also like, I think part of the racial tone of the speech that like the black kids in the pool are playing with his blonde like hair. What does a roach have to do with it? So he says that at some point. And then I love kids jumping in my lap. Like, you're a politician, dude. You've been doing this for 30 years plus, 50 years, whatever. You know, don't say that. Don't say that, because like I was saying this in the break, like in 2016 with those videos of Hillary fainting, these videos of him being creepy with kids, with women, all of these supercuts that go online for voters who don't pay too much attention and who are just perusing online.
Yeah. The photos of him inhaling young girls' scalps from behind. Yeah.
That one kid saw him and he was like, "Huh?" Yeah, that one child looked over and was like, "What the fuck is wrong with this guy, man?"
Now, what is the corn pop story? Is there a video?
Oh, yeah, it's in that Songify 2020 about Biden and his hairy legs. He talks about corn pop. I don't know all the details, but probably knowing him, it's probably going to be just another word salad. It's probably going to be a story all over the place with like no meaning or like no real logical beginning, no middle, no end, no anything. It's probably just going to be word salad, probably sprinkled with some balsamic vinegar, some ranch or honey mustard on it.
Paul, your Paul's John. What is it? Your son. Instead of saying your son Paul, your Paul's son.
I showed a video of Joe Biden talking to Wyatt, and Wyatt just kind of looked back, and then he looked at me, and then he looked at the screen, and he said, "Something's wrong with that guy." I said, "What's wrong with him?" He said, "He can't say words right."
We are being...
Yeah.
So even the little child can indicate that something is definitely not right with Uncle Joe Biden. Now, mind you, this kid has autism, very mild, but except in behavior, he's moderate. So if a 5-year-old special needs child can say something is wrong with Biden and America votes for him, y'all are dumber than you really fucking are.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Corn pop.
No.
Okay. Just want to make sure this is on. Corn pop story.
Mouse, thank you very, very much. Thank you. Can I, before we start? Hey, all the kids, you want to come up here and listen? Come on up here. Come up behind me.
Oh, jeez.
Because I'm not holding up between them and the pool, man.
Let's see here. The city of Wilmington. Is he in Wilmington, North Carolina, or where?
What's your name? There's okay, check. Look, folks,
Wilmington,
I want to set the record straight on a couple things.
Delaware? Maybe.
I'll wait till everybody gets up here.
Hi.
You're on television, so be good. You are.
Hey, I'd probably say the same thing to Y. You're on TV. Behave.
Hi, mommy.
All right.
Oh yeah, Wilmington, Delaware. Okay.
Just a minute. You're on TV, so you got to be quiet a little bit. Folks, look, I've received, because of the people of the state of Delaware, I've received an awful lot of wonderful honors all my career. The greatest honor was serving you for so long. But this does mean more to me than anything that's happened. My daughter Ashley's with me. My daughter Ashley got her first job down here at Kingswood out of school. She runs, she's a social worker. Anyway, Bo is associated here. Anyway, the point I want to make is I owe you all. I owe this neighborhood. I learned so much. I was a kid from suburbia. I lived out in Mayfield in a split-level home with my grandpa lived with us, and in a 3-bedroom home with 4 kids. My grandpa. And folks, when it's a whole 100 years ago, but I was a senior, and Krzyzewski turned out to be a great athlete at the University of Delaware, but I was runner-up in state scoring championship here in football. I wasn't bad either. And but I wanted to get more involved. And I realized I lived in a neighborhood where I'd turn on the television and I'd see and listen to Dr. King and others. But I didn't know any black people. No, I really didn't. You didn't know any white people either. That's
what?
The truth. So I wanted to work here. And there's my daughter, Ashley. Come on up here, Ash. And so what I did was I came down and I applied to the city of Wilmington for a job. And I was the only white employee here. And I learned so much. I learned that folks that I worked with, like Spencer Henry and Lafayette Jackson and a whole range of people, Jamie Rolls, a lot of great people were my fellow lifeguards. There were 13 of us. I learned that they treated me as an equal. We used to go in what was not as modern as that. We used to go in the key room at lunchtime after a free swim and sit on the floor because it was nice and cool. And remember Boom Boom Cannon and a few other guys that worked here as well. And we sit there and we talk, and they'd ask me questions because I really was the only white guy they really knew. And they'd ask me questions about everything. I mean, things that just startled me. I remember one time, I won't mention which lifeguard, said, "Do I have a jerry can, a 5-gallon can for gasoline?" And I said, "No, I don't." I said, "But what do you need it for?" He said, we're going down to see my grandma in North Carolina. We can't stop at most gas stations. They won't let us stop at most gas stations. I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to. There was a 3-meter board. If you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there.
He almost said damn.
Was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, "Hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off." Well, he came off, and he said, "I'll meet you outside." My car, these were all public housing behind him. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight racers. Not a joke. There's a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where where all the pool filter is. You know, the chain went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up. He said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head. I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And in those days, used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty. And I looked at him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you, Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, close the straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw that made me aware when I was in law school. Proudly for Holloway. Proudly for your dad. First African-American state senator in the state of Delaware.
Why?
About. And by the way, you know, I sit on the stand and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap. And I tell you what, the men, we're not all men, the guys I work with down here, and they're all guys at the time, they're all good men. Most of them made an awful lot of themselves. And Earl Larkin had a rough time. And some of you knew Earl. I came back as a public defender. I came back to Delaware and I got a fancy job with the oldest law firm in the state. But the city was burning. It was burning down here. And I couldn't do it. So I quit and became a public defender. And the first trial I had, I walked into court as a public defender with another guy named Eddie Sobosinski, a defender. I'd only been admitted to the bar 1 week. And Earl Larkin was in chains around his ankles and on his wrist, and they were chained together, so in a belt. And he said, who's going to try the Larkin case? I just got started. And he was aptly named. His name was Judge Stiftel. And he said, Sobosinski said, well, that's my colleague. He just joined the public defender's office. He said, will you in fact defend him? So she turned to Larkin and said, he'll defend you. I said, whoa, Your Honor. I know nothing about the case. He said, I'll give you it till tomorrow, but you draw the jury today. And he looked at Larkin and he said, do you mind if he represents you? And I'll never forget what he said. I learned a lot. He said, and I mean it sincerely. He looked at me and he said, one hunky's just as bad as any other. I'll take whoever you send me. And here's what I want to tell you about Earl. Here's what I want to tell you about the neighborhood and the heart. I defended him. He got beat up right on the other side of the field here. He walked along the tracks. He was a sailor in a sailor's uniform, the guy who he beat up and robbed. And so I thought he was innocent. I kept the jury out 5 hours, but they convicted him. And I felt so bad. So I go down to the old prison all the time. There's little wooden tables and two little chairs and a big dome you'd sit under where you'd be interviewed. And I was sitting there, Councilwoman, and the third time saying, I'm appealing this case. And finally he took the table, he flipped it up, he said, jumped up, and the guards came and grabbed him. He said, don't you understand, Joe? I did it. But here's the point. He cared about me. This is a man who saw me bleeding because I saw this guy going to jail and I thought he was innocent. There's character, even in great problems. There's so much character in this neighborhood. There was so much character back then too. So many people didn't get a shot. So many people didn't get a shot. Who could be standing right where Lisa's standing today, a lot earlier. Could be standing where I'm standing today. Let me end by saying, I was a pretty darn good lifeguard. Yeah, man. I taught swimming too. And I remember going over, we used to play the other pools, and we played basketball at lunchtime. Remember? Went over to Riverside, we played. And someone on the other team threw the ball to me by accident. And they looked at me and said, "Oh, God, I thought you were on my team." I think, I'm the only white boy within 20 miles. Remember, I'd get invited down to Baby Grand. I walked in and said, "Who's this guy?" And they said, "He's ours. He's ours." You've always had my back. The neighborhood's always had my back. And God willing, I've always had your back. And I'll always have as long as I'm around. I love you. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. And if I were still a lifeguard, I'd say, time to get in the pool. Thanks, everybody. And Councilwoman, thank you so, so much for this honor. Thank you. How you guys doing? Who here?
Oh, man.
Raise it. All right. I'll tell you one more story on the way out. You know what? There was a guy, when I first started,
Oh, great. Here we
I
go.
wasn't allowed to vote very much, very easily. That's how long ago it was. And guess what I got to do? 8 years ago, I got to be in the Wilmington train station, looking over the 3rd Street Bridge that had been burned to the ground, most of it, thinking nothing was ever going to get any better 40 years ago. Waiting for a black man to pick me up, to take me 124 miles to be sworn in as president and vice president of the United States. That's progress. We can make more. God love you all.
Oh, my God. It's bad enough hearing snippets, but actually hearing him tell a full story? Oh, man. Yeah. Yep. Americans are either going to pick twiddle dumb or twiddle fucking dumber. Literally, it's like Jim Carrey and Jeff Daniels in Dumb and Dumber.
Again, our choices are not good. First in 2016 and now in 2020. Not good choices.
No. But to get on a little bit of more of a different subject, as to people are probably wondering why I decided to go ahead and instead of being Damien the Wolf Owens, tonight I am Damien Orwell Owens.
Right.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to have a sit down, we're going to have a talk, and we're going to have to come to grips with a very harsh reality that is right there in front of us. And here's what we're going to have to come to grips with. Here's what is literally here in front of us. We are seeing the literal collapse of not just America. We are literally seeing the whole entire collapse of the entire world. It's collapsing all around. It's collapsing socially, and it's collapsing economically, and it's to the point to where it's like the car is going full speed, the gas pedal is stuck to the floor, and the brakes are gone. We are heading straight forward right into destruction. Now, since the picture has been set, who is it that is evil? Well, right now, with how we are being subjected to what George Orwell talks in 1984 is doublethink and doublespeak as part of newspeak, as part of dumbing down the population and making sure that they are brainwashed, manipulated, and controlled. So, the way the media is acting, not just the liberal media, but with the conservative media just alike, they are basically acting like the Ministry of Truth from 1984. They are talking so much double talk and double speak. To a barely awakened mind, it would be seen as lying. To a trained mind who is able to see exactly everything for what it is for, sees that it is being done deliberately. They are literally speaking double speak and they are thinking double think. Now, to put it in layman's terms, so it's a concept anyone can understand very easily. Double speak is when you are conscious and unconscious at the same time, yet speaking the truth, but yet speaking constructed lies as well. Now, doublethink, literally having two diametrically opposed ideas that are obvious that they are in dire contrast to one another, but they are both being accepted as truth, and it's canceling out logic. It's literally using logic against logic, and it's dumbing down the population. And here is an example of doublespeak and doublethink. This is three phrases from the party of 1984 called INSOC. And you're going to learn a psychology lesson here when I do this. Here are the three slogans: war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. All right? Now we're going to look at it the other way around. Peace is war, slavery is freedom, and strength is ignorance. All right? Now that we've looked at it both ways, and you're able to see these are two diametrically opposed concepts, but they're both going to accept them as truth. And here's why. Not only is it canceling out logic, it's not meant to really convey any meaning. It's meant to get people to just passively accept it for what it is. All right? So now, how is that being applied to reality? Well, look at what the media on both sides are saying with the misinformation. Are they lies? Yes, they are lies, but they're also telling the truth at the same time. That's part of the double talk and the double think. Now, here's what it has done to our society. It has literally made people so willing to be subjected to anything that if they want to just turn themselves over into complete utter and disbelief, it programs them. It programs them to think this way, and anyone who thinks differently is the enemy. Now, here are some examples even more. No matter what video evidence anyone wants to show you, there was a video from News 9 down in Perth, Australia, that literally shows just how ineffective the masks really are. He took a can of deodorant, he held up the different masks, the aerosols went right through. Now, if it went through one side, like this, then it can come in the other way around. So, the masks do not do anything. The only one that will do anything is the N95 grade, or known as a respirator. But if the N95 is so effective, then how come they literally are still getting coronavirus? With the masks, with the face shield, and all the PPE, they are still getting it. All right. Now, anyone who is against wearing the mask because they ultimately do see that it's not going to help, that it's ultimately going to make things worse by not only not being effective, but literally suffocating people, depriving their brains of oxygen, also breathing in your own germs and your own bacteria, and by being overly sterile and compromising your immune system, that is going to make people sick, and that is going to hurt someone. Like if someone has an asthma attack, or if they wear the masks and they pass out and they hurt themselves, that is setting themselves up for a lawsuit, no matter how you want to shake that. And plus, it literally says on the disclaimers, on all the different masks that you buy, whether they're paper, cloth, whatever, these are not designed for the diagnosing or stopping the spread of viruses and diseases. And the last point I'm going to get to is, as part of the Palm Beach County, Florida lawsuit, who is being filed by Luis Leo IV, and it says as part of the lawsuit that they're trying to keep this as PPE. Well, it literally says on the disclaimer, this is not designed to be PPE. So, if that's the case, they're trying to make a product that it's not designed to be something into something that is not. And this is how we're going to treat it, almost as if like it's medical treatment, like it's forced medical treatment on people. Do they not understand that there's this thing called, you as a patient do have the right to refuse treatment if you so desire? So we're running into so many legal challenges and so many constitutional questions here that really we're better off just taking a chill pill, relaxing, making sure that we ourselves are physically healthy as well as psychologically healthy, making sure that we bulk up on all vitamins, all supplements, doing everything we can not to get sick. But if we do get sick, we stay home, we keep in touch with our doctor, and then we're all cleared to go back to work or do what have you. We do it. But that's applying reason, that's applying rationale, and that's using a little common sense and not jumping off the deep end into the insanity that is now known as the American loony bin. That is why I have been getting so pissed off and so irritable, is when you cling to the truth, knowing that there is truth and untruth in the universal world of deception. It is a revolutionary act, but if you clung to the truth, even in the world of untruth, you're not mad. But to these people, you are mad. So they have literally turned everything upside down. They have pitted us against one another, fighting among ourselves over really just a really trivial issue, while they get to go off and do whatever it is they want. The American public is distracted, and we're going to keep playing our little games we've been playing for many, many years, and the people are going to fight among themselves. So if that makes me evil, if that makes me selfish for doing all this, fine. But if they're so quick to point themselves or point at us as being selfish and evil and greedy, well, look at what they've done. If they want something to be afraid of, how about we stick them in front of a mirror, let them take a good hard look at themselves? I guarantee you they'll find that they should be more afraid of themselves than other people. We as normal people, we're not lepers. We're not going to be treated like we're lepers. That's not only disrespectful, that's just blatantly wrong. In fact, that's just going to add more fuel to the fire and not have any kind of cooperation or cohesion in this issue. So it seems like everything they're doing, it's so counterproductive. But the main point I'm getting to is question everything. Don't turn yourself over in total disbelief and just allow yourself to be programmed and to be manipulated just because they throw a little bit of facts, and I put the emphasis in the words facts, and a little bullshit and a little fear your way, and it scares the shit out of you. No, do not do that.
Okay. Just want to show people. Now, this is a two-layer cloth dust mask used by people, you know, in the auto mechanics that paint cars. It's a dust mask, but all right, it's pretty thick. I mean, it's not flimsy, But however, you can't wear this all the time for long periods because it will obstruct your breathing, your oxygen intake. So what I do is if there's nobody around me, it becomes a chin guard. And I look around. No, nobody's around me. As soon as I see somebody that's going to walk by me, I don't make it obvious. When I'm right near them, then I'll go up like this. All right, I can still breathe out of my nostrils, and then bloop, I go like that, and then when they go by and there's nobody around me again, it becomes a chin guard again. If there's nobody around me for a while, well, the mask doesn't go over my mouth and nose. If I have to go in a store and shop and it's required, it's required. Okay. I buy what I need. I leave. I take a walk. I pass the people waiting online. As soon as I pass them. Now I'm getting like Joe Biden. As soon as I pass them, it becomes a chin guard again. You can't be wearing this freaking thing for long periods of time. You can't, because as it gets moist from you, bacteria growth loves warm, moist environments. That's number one. Number two, it starts to go up your nostrils as you're inhaling. Not a good idea. But when you absolutely have to, you put it on. But we're not talking about somebody working 4 hours straight, 6 hours, 8 hours straight, full-time shift with this damn thing on. I mean, it's slow suffocation, like Damien said. But I got three of these, and I wash them with the bar of soap, just like I wash my hands. I throw my keys and this in the kitchen sink. After I soak my hands up, I soak this up. Then I hang it to dry with the other two, and then I wash my keys because, sometimes I grab my keys with my bare hand. Plus, keys tend to stink after a while. And that's my ritual when I come home. And then I got the 65% alcohol with the jojoba and aloe vera or whatever in my back pocket, and I'm good to go. So that's what I wanted to show you people out there.
Yeah, but there's still the elephant in the room. All right, well, if we were to take what they say is still true, then the virus can still get in through your eyes. Only your nose and your mouth is covered.
That is true. If somebody goes and the air and the projectile droplets, they're not aerosol in that case, are going and if they're rude enough not to cover their friggin' mouth and nose and sneeze into their arm, yeah, it's gonna go flying right into your eyeballs.
Well, even if you don't wear a mask, here's another thing you can do that will still be actually more effective at protecting you and other people from aerosols. All right, so what you do is, say you feel like you're about ready to cough, you're about ready to sneeze, get your shirt over and then cover it like that with your elbow, where like 90 to 95% will go here in your elbow. The other 5% will kind of just go straight up, either like towards you, and it really won't travel far. So someone could be like maybe 2-3 feet and nothing will happen.
Well, if you have no infection, you're not going to infect yourself if you have no infection. If you have an infection and you cover your mouth and nose and you cough and sneeze and you have some kind of an infection, you're not going to make yourself more infected. You're already infected. So, it's like sneezing and coughing, like you said, whether you be perfectly clear and fine, or whether you have something, you're not going to get any different than you already are. You're not going to get worse.
But the mask. All right. So, like, let's say, all right. So that one, that's dust grade. All right. So I would assume that it's a pretty good one. All right. So the problem is, not only are you depriving yourself of oxygen, but like, let's say, it only goes like one way. So like you sneeze, it goes into your part of the mask, and it doesn't come out. Or someone does sneeze and it comes on your side or their side of the mask and doesn't come through. All right. Okay. So you've got a level of protection there, but here's a problem. The problem is them not sneezing on the mask and not getting through. It's when you sneeze on your side of the mask and it gets trapped. So that is your own germs and your own bacteria. Now, can you infect yourself? It's not like you would infect yourself as in like you're going to make yourself sick, but you're recirculating your own germs and your own bacteria. That won't make you sick directly, but that will compromise your immune system by not allowing it to give itself adequate practice.
Well,
So the
that
longer we do this, the longer our compromised immune systems are going to be.
well, that depends on what risk category you're in. Now, if you're young to middle age and you have no pre-existing illnesses, then herd immunity is going to work. Now, if you're elderly, there's most cases you're going to have one or two or three underlying conditions. Then there's a problem. Now, if that's the case, you have somebody else bring your groceries to you. You don't go gallivanting around. You know, you don't do it. If you're 80 years old and you have underlying conditions, you just stay in the comfort of home sweet home. Now, another problem is the moisture, heat, hot breath, and moisture is a haven for bacterial and fungus growth and viral growth. They love that environment. So it becomes like a little steam room under the mask. And then there's another issue. People with masks on all the time have a habit of touching their face a lot more than people without masks on.
So yeah, if there is something going around, you basically doubled your chance of actually getting sick. So really, all the way around, no matter how you shake it, the masks are not going to do anything. In fact, if anything, they're just going to do more harm than good.
Yeah, you're in a store. You're working 4 hours, 6 hours. Or
if I see a place that says mask required upon entry, I just don't go in.
Well,
I go shop somewhere else.
We need to. Well, here we need to get stuff. We need groceries. We need cleaning fluid. Well, luckily, I got it through Amazon Prime delivered. I got the hospital grade, kills 99.9%, including the swine flu, blah, blah, blah. It's called Pine Glow. The company's called Pine Glow. It's like Pine Sol, but more reasonable. So I'm going to put that in my spray bottle when my Fantastic and the other one finish. I'm going to fill it up. I'm going to use that. I can use that on groceries. Let's say I need another saline spray. Well, I can spray this and then run it under water, rinse it off, and it's good to go. They say leave it on for 10 minutes before you rinse it off of anything. It could be cans of chili. You spray it, let it sit, quick rinse. Some things you can't spray, obviously, like a box of cereal. I mean, it's ridiculous. Or cold cuts that are or sausage that are wrapped in butcher paper. Of course, you can't spray that. But you know, you got to use your discretion. But that's my ritual. You know, they want a lot of money for the disposable ones. They want a lot of money for the blue disposable ones to get a large package. They're price gouging people. They're talking about almost $80 in Walgreens for a large container of the blue ones that, you know, you wear it once and you throw it away.
Yeah, I've seen those. Yeah, they're price gouging, but I hear a lot of people going, all right, well, if they're so ineffective, then how come doctors and nurses are using them? I'm like, if you see the ones that majority of people are wearing, that's not really designed, like it said, it's not designed for the diagnosing or stopping the spread of viruses and diseases. The only thing that's really going to do is, at most, minimize exposure to germs and bacteria. That's really, at most, all it's going to do. But I was getting to is what I'm saying is, by doing these mask mandates and forcing people to wearing masks, they're undermining their purpose. If they want to have some cooperation and make people a bit more willing to work together and cooperate, this is not how you're going to do it. All you're doing is just treating people like lepers, like they're just walking diseases, like they're ready to spread a fucking plague at a moment's notice just by virtue of being around you. I mean, come on. I can understand being afraid of a lot of different things, but doing that is just making things worse, completely worse. No wonder that there's such opposition and why people are getting so angry and pissed off about it. Now, not to say to justify their behaviors, but people just want to say, "Oh, look, spoiled little coddled tantrum thrower doesn't want to wear a mask," and I'm just thinking, you dumb ass motherfuckers. You want to only present one side of the story and don't want to look at the other side. They only want to say, "Oh, well, these people are being irrational or illogical." Well, would it actually kill you to really get to the issue as to why someone is acting the way that they're acting? Like what I just said, treating people like this, that'd be a great place to start. That seems to be where like 90% of the contentions with all of this are lying.
Well, if they're asthmatic, they should carry their doctor's note with them.
But that's just it. We shouldn't have to provide documentation of medical illnesses. We don't have to walk around with our medical file underneath our shoulder and be like, "Oh, I can't do this because of this. Oh, I can't do this because of that." No. This is still a free country. All right. This is not like where they have military checkpoints and we got to provide our papers and say, we're going here for this, we're going there for that. No.
Somebody, I used to work with him. He was he owned a gym and he was a personal trainer with me. Barry. Barry told me when you walk into a corporate chain store, when you walk into a company, a corporate office, or a retail store, it's not a democracy anymore. It's sort of like private property. It's not a democracy anymore. So, constitutional laws don't really apply to private industry. Like, you have to kind of like play ball with them.
But they do, actually. They do. And here's how they apply. The only reason why a business is even in business in the first place is because of customers and money. That's the only reason why a business even exists in the first place. So, yeah, you might be right, as in, yeah, they can post the rule, but the question they need to be asking themselves is, are we really willing to really undermine ourselves and put so many people out of work because of a rule? No. Because I myself, if I had a business, I would say, all right, if this is going to be this much of a source of contention, then if people want to wear a mask, fine. If they don't want to wear a mask, that's fine too. I'm not going to force it because I see exactly what happens when you do, and I'm not having that. I'm not getting involved in adding fuel to the fire on an already existing fire. I'm just not doing it.
Maybe it's the way these front-end managers or store managers speak to the person. Maybe it's their tone of voice, their attitude. Maybe if they're because they're condescending and they talk down to them, or they scold them like they were a child. You know, maybe if they were more pleasant and said, "Look, sir, what's your first name?" "Oh, my name is John. John, listen, I'm only following company policy. I'm not trying to pick on you. I'm not trying to degrade you or embarrass you. You know, you don't yell at the guy. You say, look, I'm an employee here. I'm a manager. I have to follow company policy. And the state, your governor, the governor of this state requires us to do this. So, you know, please buy what you need, put the mask on, buy what you need, go to the checkout, and then you can leave and take your mask off as soon as you walk out. You know, I don't own this company. I just work here. Now, if you communicate with these men and women in a reasonable, pleasant way, and don't scold them and yell like they do in the videos. You got the managers yelling at the people. Yeah, hey, you gotta leave, sir. You gotta leave. You can't stay here. You know, I mean, you're gonna rile them up. You know, if you try to negotiate a reason, try to reason with people in a nice way, saying, you know, look, I don't own this company. I only work here. You know, and there's a state law, you know, and there's company policy. I don't want to get in trouble. You tell them I don't want to lose my job or get suspended. You know, so if you're nice to them and you say, look, you think I like to wear this throughout my whole shift as a manager? Do you think I like to have this on all the time? You know, just, you know, buy what you need to buy. And then when you leave, pull it off. I see people driving in their cars with a mask on. Why do they need to wear a mask while they're driving? It's the silliest thing. You know, my sister says it's stupid. I take my mask off when I'm in the parking lot. I disinfect my steering wheel, my hands, and I'm off. Why do people need to wear a mask while they're driving?
You're right, they don't. And I'm glad you brought that up because I was reading another news story about how someone actually had the mask on and they passed out behind the wheel. All right. Now, taking that into account, here's why even just enforcing it is going to create a problem. All right. Say you do enforce it and you force someone to wear a mask. All right. Now, that might be your policy, but if someone, whether it's a customer or an employee, gets sick or gets hurt as a result of this, then you all will not have qualified immunity. If they want to take you to court over it, criminally, civilly, or constitutionally, they can. So, ultimately, to save yourself the time and the heartache and ultimately save your wallet, you're better off just not doing it. Because I can tell people at my workplace, yeah, they've got the mandate in place and there's no medical exceptions to it. If me or any of my fellow employees gets sick or gets hurt because of it, we will take it to court because this is getting ridiculous. They're only presenting one side of it. Yeah, that might, however true those might be, but that's only one side of the story.
Yeah,
there's other stories. There's other aspects that are not being taken into account.
Yeah, well, just like when there's like a George Floyd type of incident, the media never mentions the long criminal record that some of these people have. You know, that they make them look like angels that are victimized, that are total victims. You know, they don't give you both sides of the story. Now, Americans are very litigious today, and you know, there are personal injury law firms out there, quite a bit. You have your pick, and quite often they contact you. If you have, I had it wasn't really a car accident. A commercial delivery van backed into my Honda Civic while I was at a traffic light, a red light on a highway. And I couldn't open the hood of my car because it was a big van and, a truck, and it pushed in the front end a little bit, and I couldn't open my hood of my car, and I was concerned because I couldn't put oil in it. I couldn't do anything. So I got the police report, based on me getting the police report, and the driver wanted to settle it outside of calling the cops. I go, no. My insurance company always says get a police report, because anybody can get screwed if you try to settle it, outside of the law. So as soon as I picked up the police report the following day, all of a sudden I got like a half a dozen letters from personal injury law firms, personal injury, at least a half a dozen, or if not more. I said, but I'm not hurt. Honestly, it would be fraud, because he just gently backed into me, so I got it fixed, but I wasn't hurt. But like I'm saying, they must have like some kind of database or some sort of program that keeps track of everyone who has a police report due to an accident. So yeah, Americans are very litigious, and people will get hurt, anywhere, and they will sue. So
yeah, that's why I say it. Save your time, save your hassle, and hopefully save your wallet and save your ass, and just don't enforce it. Don't do it.
Yeah. Well, anyway, Mr. Michael Hilton is live talking about drinking on Facebook right now, and he decided to go his own way, which that's his business.
You can go your own way.
I was thinking
Fleetwood Mac song.
I was thinking of that song. Go your own way. Of course, I sent Eric one. This is part of the next. I don't know if it's going to be a Facebook live stream show or what. It might be. It might be a Facebook. I'm going to talk about social media's fanatics, fanatical. What did I call them? Fanatical sycophants? No. Yeah, fanatics and sycophants. Social media's something fanatics and sycophants. They talk about the same thing all the time, because possibly maybe they're closet alcoholics, and that's all they really care about. Mike says, I'm health conscious. James, I got to take care of my health. You're right.
But then you'd have no problem drinking every night.
And then he always ends up very intoxicated at the end of every night. So,
yeah.
And I've seen Eric Fraunfelter go. I've seen him that way too, late at night.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. They might be closet alcoholics. And this weekend, I'm a bit tight on funds because some bills, and we're actually going to a concert this week.
Oh, on a weekday. Oh, that should be reasonable.
Well, we're going actually this Friday. We're going to go see an 80s band that me and my wife really love. They're playing up in Roanoke in Virginia, which is going to be about a 2-hour drive from here. We're going to go see Dokken.
All right, so you got so you're going. It's going to be an afternoon or evening concert.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I don't know how many people are going to be there, but I'm just going to live life. Everyone needs to just get out, enjoy life, and quit being so afraid of everything. Because the keep playing devil's advocate here. Say everything that they're saying is true. The longer we keep doing all this, the more we're just prolonging the inevitable. So, yeah, it. But here's what's so weird. Everything reopened and everything was fine for 2 months, and then all of a sudden, 2 months, boom, it's like it just exploded. That that doesn't really make sense. I can understand if it was in the first couple weeks, yeah, but 2 months after being open, no, something's just not fishy. But like say if we were to say it was true,
Yeah.
it's gonna spike because everything was so closed and shut down. They're like, yeah, the reason why cases were sold was because of lockdown. Yeah, that might be true, but all you did was minimize exposure and have a small first wave. By doing that, you've ultimately made the second wave much higher. So that's why ultimately we're just prolonging the inevitable. We're literally destroying everything. We're being counterproductive. We're literally digging our own holes here. If we'd have just let things be, if you got sick, you went, you got treated, you stayed home. But if you're healthy, you could still work, you can still go out and do what you need to do, and life could have still had some sense of normalcy. But no, what did we do? We quarantined and locked down, caused mass unemployment. Now we're having to bail ourselves out with another $3 to $5 trillion on top of already crippling debt that at this point, the way things are going, doesn't look like that's even going to become even remotely close to paying back.
Wow.
And
Yeah.
what else have we done? We've made every problem that really is a much bigger problem than what this was much worse. Our alcohol problem skyrocketed, our drug abuse problem skyrocketed, domestic violence problems skyrocketed, violence in general skyrocketed, people being more anxious and angry, more irritable and more moody, and not wanting to cooperate with each other, that's gone through the roof.
There's been more shootings even in New York City.
Yeah.
Homicides have gone up.
Yeah, but look here. A problem that was maybe this big, okay? A problem that was maybe this big has turned into a problem that is like this big.
Well, if you go from Bill Clinton's surplus to G.W. Bush's 2 wars on a credit card, now you have massive debt. Then you have Obama with the Republicans controlling both the House and the Senate, always obstructing everything he tried to do for 8 years. That didn't work. He helped, but he didn't fix the deficit. Now you have all this shit going on now. Now, like you said, it's way astronomically out of control. Well, actually, the Democrats did have control in the first 2 years that Obama took office. 2000.
Yeah, nothing happened.
Yeah, they didn't do shit. Nothing. When I say nothing happened, they didn't do anything, which is proof that the DNC, Democratic Party, is just possibly just as corrupt or a tad bit less corrupt than the Republican Party. Because I don't know about you, but if your party is in control of Washington, you can do a hell of a lot in 2 years.
Yeah, you can, but
you know what I mean? If the president is part of your party and the Congress and the Senate, you have total Washington control under your party, you can get a lot of shit done in 2 years.
But
it's called work. Not run out of the Capitol building because you're taking 1,001 vacations as a senator or congressperson. which is what they do. They run and they take breaks, recesses, and vacations galore. You know, you got to do your job. You're getting $175,000 a year to be a congressperson or a senator.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's somewhere 174,000. But hell, I'd be happy with just 75 to 100,000. I'm completely content with that.
The governors get that. The governors when Chris Christie was in, he was getting 175 grand. And then I found out that that's what they get in Washington. Congress people, senators, whatever. Maybe senators get a little bit more because every state has a lot less of them compared to Congress people. You know, Congress, you got so many districts in the state, but you know, they get paid handsomely, and then that's all. And then all the perks. And the best and they got the best health care, and they got a lot of freebies, you know. They don't, so that 175 grand is jacked up now.
Yeah, it is, but just they literally plummeted the economy, and that's why I shared the meme of it's okay to be pissed off about the rioting and looting, you know, thugs destroying businesses. But how come people are like so furiously angry over that, which they deserve to be pissed off and rightfully so? But how come it is they're so silent and there's just so much of a lack of anger at people in positions of power destroying businesses? It's just like, all right, well, if you're pissed off at a thug destroying a business, then why all of a sudden are government officials here getting free passes?
Yeah, what about the thugs wearing a suit and a tie in Washington? Yeah, you're right. You're right.
So why are people getting so pissed off? But then it also dawned on me, still the Orwellian double talk and the Orwellian double think. Remember what I was saying? War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. And that also kills me when people say we gotta undermine freedom to protect freedom. I'm just thinking the Orwellian double talk and the Orwellian double think is spewing out of this person's mouth, and they don't even know it.
Yeah. Well, you know, the senators and Congress people that are in the spotlight, you know, your Nancy Pelosi, your Chuck Schumer, Amy Klobuchar, all these people, Cory Booker, all these people are far from being left wing or progressive. They're not. They're centrist, which means they can go to the right anytime they feel like it and go back to center again. And then when they need votes, they can tilt a little bit to the left. The left this way is left to the left, and then go center to the right. So they're on they're riding they're riding a mechanical bull, and they're constantly going this way and that way, depending on what the flavor of the month is for the mainstream population. So they're definitely in bed with the oligarch. So is the media. So the problem is that we, the people, don't hold anyone accountable for their actions.
No, we don't. And that's why come 2020 election, I can definitely tell you this much. A lot of government positions are going to be up for grabs. A lot.
Well, what I'm happy about is that the progressives, that the no-names that are not popular at all, a lot of them are winning their congressional elections or coming very close to beating the incumbents. A lot of your our revolution type progressives that are not famous, it seems like Americans are really angry with or furious with business as usual, and they're not going for the establishment as much as they used to back in the day and today. And I've been watching the progressive people doing the news on Facebook, and they're announcing so many victories of real progressive sort of independent candidates that have either defeated the incumbent, who was Democrat or Republican, or came very close. So you can, that's one barometer. I mean, that's one way to tell how angry the American mainstream is becoming. Now, with all this misinformation and confusion about doctors saying, do this, don't do that. No, do this. No, don't do that. Do this, do it. Fauci says, first Fauci says, well, if you're social distancing, you really don't need a mask. Now he's saying, oh, wear the mask, no matter what. I mean, they're confusing people. Now, then first they say COVID-19 is not airborne like the mumps or other infectious viruses. Now, all of a sudden, World Health Organization, COVID-19 might very well be airborne. So people are getting like a ping pong ball back and forth. People are getting really confused by misinformation, and it's pissing people off. And then the ones that are laid off still from their jobs, plus the negativity on the news, people are starting to get really crazy and aggressive. And
they are.
It's not a good thing. I don't understand how any Republican, particularly, well, Donald Trump is in a world of his own, but Republicans in general do not like science. It's very important to put science and technology first, because that's where you get the proven facts and the solutions. To not listen to science and to listen to people that are crazy cult leaders and evangelical religious freaks, or I don't know, just like don't pay attention to climate change because big oil is donating tremendous amount of money to your campaign. So you ignore climate change. They hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the Arctic Circle this year.
Whoa, what?
They hit 100 degrees Fahrenheit, just like I said, within the Arctic Circle.
How is that possible?
Yes. How is that possible? You talk about the poles melting. If that.
But what's causing it? But I mean, the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases and what was ultimately caused the most amount of pollution, CO2 emissions, particularly from vehicles, the automobile industry has been making great leaps and bounds in terms of reducing that. But still, what's still causing it?
Now, what about big oil refineries and the destruction of the rainforests, like the Amazon rainforest? I mean, the Amazon has been called the lungs of the planet Earth. I mean, you got carbon dioxide, producing oxygen and taking in carbon dioxide on top of CO2, which most likely broke down the ozone layer. And then maybe the poles shifted a bit because the native Inuit people, the Eskimos, they said something about the stars that used to be in a certain position all the time have moved in the sky. Like their navigation, about like how they travel on foot. They do like using a sextant, in the old sailing days. They do go by the position of the stars, and they claim that the stars that used to be over here are over there now. So if that's the case, maybe there was a partial shift in the polls, which is not good news. It couldn't be a switch in the polls because we wouldn't be here. That would be like catastrophic. But and you know, the Earth supposedly, as it rotates around the sun, is getting ever so slightly farther away from the sun, but we won't be alive to see. But then again, if an asteroid heads our way, we might be around to see the demise of the planet. The way things are going, I don't know. I don't know. It's a bad situation, and the people can stop it if they're not so damn pacifist and spineless.
Yeah, absolutely. But people need to realize, yeah, the Democrats right now are acting batshit crazy, but then you also have to remember that it wasn't just the Democrats that did all of this. The Republicans had their equal hand in this as well. And you know what? This goes all the way up to the top. This goes all the way up to the head honcho in charge, Donald Trump.
Now,
everyone's involved in it.
Now, think about this. Donald Trump is very predictable. He's not a complicated person to figure out. We all know he needs a titanium reinforced straitjacket. I mean, that's a given.
Right.
Now, what if the Bush and Dick Cheney years, what if they decided there's no practical reason to send the military to Iraq and Afghanistan except to look for what do you call Osama bin Laden and his people? Aside from that, there's no weapons of mass destruction. We're going to save a lot of money with the military-industrial complex. And what if Bill Clinton's surplus remained a surplus for 8 more years on top of Bill Clinton leaving? Okay, that meant that, you know, being that Republicans are so stingy with tax money, except when it comes to taxing the middle class, you know, we might have had a surplus going right into Obama. You know, and, so that the country would have been a lot better off instead of this fake, phony, you know, weapons of mass destruction and spending all that money to remove Saddam Hussein when they really were not involved in 9/11. It was the Saudis. They were all, most of them were all Saudis.
Yeah.
And Saudis are not very nice people.
They're not, but why don't we declare war on them? Oh, wait, because we're in bed with them.
Business.
Yeah.
You know,
So
don't take it personally. It's only business.
yeah, exactly. But to answer the question, so what would happen, like I'd say, if there was no Iraq and Afghanistan? Well, that would be a very interesting question. So it would be like an alternate timeline, which anything could really be possible. So if that event changed history, that, yeah, 9/11 still happened, but then yet there was no war in Iraq and Afghanistan, and the $4 trillion surplus from Clinton still was around, what would the Bush and Cheney years been like? Probably from 01 to 04, maybe 05. Things would have probably been about the same, but the second term of Bush and Cheney, the economic crisis of 2008 probably still would have happened.
Yeah.
So we would have got maybe another 4 more years of some good times, and then probably still same thing would have happened.
And then there's the bailing out of Wall Street that Bernie Sanders talks about quite often. You know, we should not have bailed out Wall Street. We should have bailed out Main Street, but no, they bailed out, of all people, Wall Street. A lot of taxpayers' money are just handed on a silver platter to the top 1%, and the people don't. All these idiots, flag wavers, they don't see what's going on, where their tax money is going. They don't see that it's the oligarch that's confiscating their tax money, and then when the Republicans want to steal from Social Security and diminish Medicare and get rid of all social services, and that money is not going to help the middle class or small businesses. It's going to the top 1%. I used to say top 2%, but actually the 1% would very easily stab the other 1% in the back and steal from them. That's how greed works, you know.
Yeah, but though flag wavers, you know who they really do remind me of? They remind me of most people who live on Airstrip 1, formerly known as the United Kingdom, in the country of Oceania, and are ultimately waving the flag of INSOC. That's primarily who they remind me of. That they worship the flag as if it were an idol, or worship it as if it was a god, the same way they do the INSOC party and Big Brother in 1984.
You know, there really is an Oceania. It's somewhere in the South Pacific.
Well, it's Australia, New Zealand, I think New Guinea, and some Pacific Islands, but what it was referring to in Orwell's timeline for 1984, to give you some alternate timeline history to lead into it. So all of it started after World War II. So the events of our timeline still go according to the way it went in our timeline, but in this timeline, after World War II, the whole world basically breaks out into a whole nother war. That there's revolutions in many different countries, and then they end up uniting under different fronts. So the United States and the whole British Commonwealth unite as Oceania. Then in the Soviet Union and Maoist China, there is another like counter revolution, and the Soviet Union and Russia, or no, the Soviet Union and Europe unite under um, Eurasia, and then Maoist China and then the rest of Asia go ahead and unite as East Asia. So you've got three superpowers. You've got Oceania, then you've got East Asia, and you've got Eurasia. Now they all have different competing ideologies. In Oceania, you've got INSOC. INSOC is a very weird, interesting part, which I'll get to here in a minute. And then Eurasia united under this weird ideology called Neo Bolshevism. And then East Asia united under this really other weird ideology called obliteration of the self. So we have three different superpowers with three different really weird ideologies, but they're all totalitarian in nature. Now, 1984 focuses on the oceanic aspect. So we're getting the story from the oceanic perspective. We don't really get to see or hear much of what goes on in East Asia or Eurasia as to what Neo Bolshevism is or what the obliteration of the self is. It's referenced and talked about a little bit, but it's not really talked on, and there's never really been any formal discussion to see what it is. But anyway, so it's told from the perspective of a guy named Winston, and he works in the Ministry of Truth. And he remembers the history of what happened before INSOC took over and became totalitarian and eradicated history and rewrote it to its own liking and brainwashed and manipulated and controlled people to believing in it. But Winston was not 100% convinced. So he was able to get a hold of this book by this man named Emmanuel Goldstein. And Goldstein is an absolute despised and hated traitor of INSOC because he saw what they were becoming and advocated for everything against them, almost like a counter revolutionary, and was ultimately forced to flee Oceania, and they don't know where he actually went. They don't know if he still is in Oceania or if he went to East Asia. Did he go to Eurasia? They don't know. But this book is like so evil and it's so heretic that just the thought of it literally scares not only the people, but also scares the whole party of INSOC. And when you read this book, it literally explains how INSOC and its extreme totalitarianism has control over the entire country. And here's what it did: it literally erased history. It cut off the entire population from its past to where the history that they know is what is written by the party. And any dissenters are taken away and they're either placed in joy camps, which is known as forced labor camps, or they are tortured in the ministry of love until they accept the official version of INSOC's history.
The Ministry of Love. Okay.
Uh-huh.
This book was written by George Orwell?
Yes.
Okay.
And they didn't make it into a movie, and ironically, the movie came out in 1984. So it takes you on a very wild ride. It really makes you question even your own reality because there's many different quotes in the in the book that make you question, like the one I told you: in a universal world of deception, telling the truth is a revolutionary act. There is truth and untruth, but if you clung to the truth in a world of untruth, you are not mad. But here's the one that really stood out to me. And it explains how he who controls the he who controls the past controls the present. So that's how they did it. They literally cut people off from history, rewrote it, and those who dissented or disagreed were just gotten rid of. Now, that's the first way they did it. The second way they did it was literally taking the English language and removing so many different words that it deemed as incorrect to form a world and to form a language into its own liking. So it took the modern Merriam Webster's dictionary and took out everything it didn't like and then left what it liked, called Newspeak. So Newspeak is the actual official language of Oceania, and that is the language that people speak. So it's very dumbed down English. It's very simple and it lacks a lot of real comprehension, like when I explained to you in those phrases as three of the party's slogans. Sound very familiar nowadays? And then it goes into more of the different definitions, like old think and old speak, which is languages or ideas that were once present or thought of as correct, but later changed to incorrect at the party's notice. Sound familiar still?
Mm-hmm.
Then you've got double talk and double think, which I explained what those are. Then you have face crime and thought crime. Face crime is having an expression on your face that Big Brother or the party does not like. Thought crime is thinking any thought, comes in the word any thought, that completely goes against what the party says or what Big Brother says. That is thought crime.
You mean they have devices that monitor people's thoughts?
Yeah. Well, they're not devices that monitor people's thoughts. See, the way the society is set up, it's a very weird societal structure. And here's how it goes up. It goes up like a pyramid. So it has a class structure similar to capitalism, but here's the way the class is set up. 85% of people are known as proles. Now, it's supposed to be like a slang term for proletarians, but these people literally live in fucking slums. But yeah, you've got the police that are always out monitoring, watching, so it is a total police state. But although the population is so dumbed down and so controlled, they don't know any better. So that's why, yeah, they do spy on the proles, but that's not where they put a lot of key emphasis on putting time and resources into. They actually put most amount of time of resources into certain aspects of the INSOC party. Because the INSOC party is divided into two classes. You've got the inner party and you've got the outer party. And the inner party are the real elites. They're the ones who have the real modern luxuries and the real amenities in life. They have all the money, they have all the wealth, they have all the power. What they say in the party goes. Now you've got the outer party. The outer party, they live better than the proles, but they don't live like the inner party. They're kind of like that equivalent to the middle class. So yeah, they do have higher standards of living as compared to the proles. They don't live in slums, but they don't have luxuries either. They might get 3 hot meals a day. They might have a bed to sleep on. They might have clothes, a roof over their head, and some food, and maybe some money. That's really about it. But you're probably thinking, all right, so why not put so much control over the populations? That's most of where the problem would lie. You would think, go ahead and put the emphasis on watching them. Why the outer party? Because the outer party is like that ether, that barrier. And if one person talks to the wrong person, either in the inner party, that's a spy, or they let the wrong information leak to the proles, and they're within distance of the spying devices or the actual spies or whoever, they're taken to the ministry in love and tortured. So that's why there's so much emphasis on spying and controlling the outer party. Because, like I said, they're the ether. But yet they work in most of the government jobs. They mostly work in the ministry of truth. They also work in the ministry of peace. They work in the ministry of economics. They also work in the ministry of love. So they're very tightly controlled and monitored. And Winston worked in the Ministry of Truth. Well, he ends up falling in love with this particular woman who also works in the Ministry of Truth, but she's a woman and she's part of the Anti Sex League. Sound very familiar? Sounds a lot like radical feminism, if you ask me. Well, the two of them get together in private and they have a love affair and they get caught. Anything that would be considered resistance to the party is considered detrimental. So even sex is considered resistance and incorrect to the party's standards. Now, to define what they consider as okay sex is they're okay with allowing the population to procreate, but any kind of sexual intimacy between a man and a woman is not allowed. So we have this really extreme, like political correct leftist things going on here, but then we have like really extreme right fascism going on here. So is INSOC leftist or is it rightist? And the line is blurred. It's totalitarian, but which side of totalitarian is it?
Yeah.
It's
Interesting.
a mind fuck. Yeah, it's a mind fuck.
And you know what I just found out? What one of my friends from another part of China showed me a video of her being in church service, listening to a pastor, and I go, interesting. I thought religion was banned in communist China. She goes, no. She says we can practice religion in mainland China. It's not banned. She says you see it right before your eyes. And they had the pastor speaking and everything. So I says, well, United States, especially conservative propaganda and the media says that it's banned, and she says, no, it's a lie. That's a lie. And,
Yeah.
I says, no, I kind of figured that because they want Americans to think that socialism is just so horrible and despicable,
Right.
and no, they can go to church service all they want.
Yeah, exactly. But you're also probably wondering, well, what does INSOC stand for? Ironically, it's short for English Socialism.
Oh, so George Orwell was a right winger for him to demonize socialism.
It's weird because there's been claims that George Orwell was a socialist or a communist, but he was a Trotskyist but anti-Leninist. He was a Marxist, but then yet he was a Trotskyist. So I'm just thinking to myself, if he was so Trotskyist, then why is he incorporating and bashing so many different things that are left wing and right wing equally in 1984? So I don't know where he stands on it, but then yet, and according to his biography, what I've been able to find is he did fight against totalitarian aspects, not only from the left, but also the right as well. So I don't know what his real political leanings really are.
Well, extreme right wing would be fascism, corporate control.
But he fought against that.
All right, and then extreme socialism is a totalitarian form of communism, I guess, like a military dictatorship.
Well, when he talks about that, I don't know if he was necessarily bashing socialism and communism, but based on how everything is so politically correct, I would assume probably radical liberalism.
Yeah, neoliberal, politically correct neoliberalism is a left-wing form of fascism. It's just not. Well, you know what? They're in bed with the oligarch, and the oligarch is corporate. So no matter how you shake it, it's like a flock of parrots of the same species, but they have different colors. It's
Right.
like you got macaws that are blue, you got macaws that are red, then you got ones with more green in them, but they're still macaws. So what it comes down to is capitalism only works for the rich and greedy, and if somebody claims to be a progressive or a socialist just by words alone and not actions, they're a phony. They're just using
they are a phony.
they're just using it to get votes from the poor and the lower middle class vote, and that's about it. But we should take a little break before the tarot cards.
Yeah, we should. But the last point I want to get to is, so they get caught, Winston and the woman that he's having this love affair with, Julia. They get caught. They're both taken to the Ministry of Love, and they're taken to this room called Room 101. And that is where they're interrogated and tortured, but they're not killed. They are literally broken physically and psychologically. And here's how they're able to do it. So they induce physical torture, but they also induce psychological torture as well. They take the worst fear that you have and they use it against you and scare you into submission,
Okay.
into acceptance. So that's how they're able to do it. Now, some people, they cannot break. So they do what's either called unperson them or vaporize them. Unperson means that they were gotten rid of and exist, and their existence is not only eradicated from records, but they also get it out of people's memories. All they have to do is just say, well, they've got so much control over people, this person never existed. And people just believe it. But what happens with Winston is he is physically and psychologically broken in the end. And he ultimately says, I love Big Brother. So that's how it ends. Now, I didn't really specify about the devices. So they have these devices called telescreens. You gotta remember, this was back in 1949 when this is written. They didn't incorporate the coming to the fruition of the internet or new science and technology. So it's based on that particular era without all of that. So yeah, without an internet and this, that, and the other, yeah, it would be pretty easy to control the population. So what happens is this telescreen has this picture of Big Brother always on it. And then it also has a microphone. And this microphone is extremely sensitive. So about the only thing you cannot do to not be picked up on it is you basically have to murmur your thoughts or commit your actions very quietly as a mouse, but these telescreens do not have night vision or infrared vision built into them. So you could commit any action you want in the dark as long as there's no light and you're outside of this telescreen. So yeah, it's extreme totalitarianism, but it still has a way of not being 100% totalitarian. People can still think what they want, do what they want in their mind, as long as they're not picked up on the telescreen or a camera of face crime and their thoughts are not brought out loud by thought crime. You know, there could be tons of dissenters that are just keeping their mouths shut and their faces stone.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up my avatar. You go take a little break, and we'll present the people, the viewers, with the State of the Union tarot card reading after our intermission.
Yep. So I'll be back here in just a minute.
Okay. Okay, we have Thomas the Metal 75.
Guess what? Here I am. I'm live. I'm here.
You're here.
I did you a really good favor, and I'm okay with it. Oh boy, I sent you a link. If we go onto the StreamYard private chat, you can play. Yes, you can play a new song by Oxblood.
Well, I will play that. Earlier I played some really funny videos of Joe Biden.
Oh boy, that guy's a peach.
It was all of his stammering and misinformation, his word salad. It was all in one video, and then I played the one about his hairy legs turning blonde, and the kids like to pet it, and he loves children that jump on his lap, and all that story, and then the corn pops, all the gems,
Michael Hilton,
all the gems from Joe Biden. It was hilarious. I mean, I had
a little frog. Sorry, I had a little frog. Michael Hilton. I had a little frog in my throat. Sorry.
Owens was really laughing. Now, Michael Hilton is a whole nother talk show. I don't feel like getting a headache, so I won't go into it. But he didn't show up because he went live. He went live on Facebook. But last night he asked me, "Come on my StreamYard." It was late. It was like real late. So I went on, and he was pretty drunk. And what happened?
Of course he was.
What happened was it was almost 4 a.m. and he fell asleep live on StreamYard. He fell asleep.
I've seen it happen.
He fell asleep on his sofa in the living room. And I go, "Michael, I gotta go to bed. It's real late." And I left him there live.
He wouldn't know any different. He wouldn't have known any different. Like however, yes, I'm making fun of you, Michael. However,
and he got rid of it. He deleted it. After all the tidbits of advice I gave on that show, he deleted the whole thing because it was embarrassing for him. I says, "Well, if you're that drunk, don't say, meet me on StreamYard and do a live show. If you're really that drunk, just like hang out and go to bed or something, or have just do nothing. If you're really that drunk." What you got there, Doctor of Desire?
I have a switch that turns the lights on and off when I dim it. I've had a couple of beers, so I don't really want to. Maybe you'll talk me into drinking another beer if we're hanging out. But for non-beers, this is a pretty awesome product. The Polar Beverage is like a sparkling beverage company from Worcester, Massachusetts, and they make an awesome pink grapefruit dry.
Wow, look at that. Pink grapefruit.
So for me, I've had a couple of beers and a few cigars with the father and one of my buddies. And my father is now retired. My buddy and I are unemployed. We're having some cigars and we're talking shit about business and jobs and having a really awesome interaction with somebody that's been in his job since 1982. So cool times for interactions. But this is like this isn't really malty like a beer. However, it's got a little bit more carbonation, but it's kind of got a similar, because it's grapefruit. It's got like a similar New England IPA grapefruit, that citrus flavor to it. So if you want a really refreshing carbonated like seltzer water or like a what's that? Club soda.
Yeah.
They do that really well. If you want that club soda with that grapefruit and that citrus style juiciness from New England IPA without, like I say, without any alcohol. And this one particularly, they make a diet version, which tastes just as good, or maybe this one's a little better. Yeah, but the diet one's pretty good. This one's 140 calories per 12 ounces. I like this one a little better. Yeah. The diet's really great. But if you want that same style of juiciness without any alcohol and a little bit more spritziness, this is the way to go.
I've seen
Right
Polar.
on.
I've seen Polar. I've seen, I don't know if the company's still around, Vintage flavored club soda or seltzer, but I've seen that. It looks good. I'm gonna keep my eyes
Yeah,
open.
Polar. It's just like the mascot there. It's a polar bear
Now,
from
the
Worcester, Massachusetts.
Worcester, Massachusetts. Now, the popular beer in Venezuela is called Polar with the polar bear.
Oh
Yeah,
wow! Cool.
but it's like Tecate. It's like very light. It's very light, like I guess like a Pilsner style, but even lighter than that.
Use this beverage. You could use this with a margarita would be really cool with this. I would guess. And if you want to mix that with some gin, some vodka, I think that would taste pretty ridiculously good right there.
Yeah, vodka with flavored seltzer like that, a good one would be a great combination. Gin, you're right, gin or vodka.
I saw the Polar. I have to look again because I haven't seen it in a lot of stores. I saw it at one store a couple of months ago. The Polar brand had their own hard seltzer and like a 5% thing, like everybody, like all the other companies have. I saw it at one store. I don't know. I have to go on their Polar website. It intrigued me, and they had a hard version of this dry grapefruit, this pink grapefruit dry. And I'm like, damn, that might actually be really cool. I might have to go back to the store I saw that at because, again, I've never seen it since. But if they're a sparkling, where is it? If they're a sparkling beverage company, it only makes sense if they get into that hard sparkling seltzer water bandwagon because they're probably the most known people in the Northeast for making that kind of a product without the alcohol. So get into it, right?
Yeah. I mean, I know. Oh, how did you make out visiting? Was it the Trillium Brewery by you? You personally visited, or which one did you?
Yeah,
visit?
I went there. I went there 2 weeks ago, I believe. So what they do is, so you order on their website. You order all the beers in the 4-packs or their little 330 or 500 milliliter bottles of like more like sour, wild yeast strain beers, or you order big bottles. I have 2 of them of some chili vanilla imperial stouts. So you order it online. You gotta go there the same day. So you get there, and the receipt that they give you online after you order it, and they send it to you in email for confirmation. They tell you what your order number is. Somebody at the front of the parking lots there with their mask on and a micro and a walkie-talkie, and they say, "What's your order number?" And then you give them the number. I'm order number 128, and they got a walkie-talkie and says, "Oh, order 128's here for pickup." Okay, go to station number 1. Okay, so they say, "All right, I'm gonna have you drive up to station number 1." So they got 2 of these fold-out tables, and both of them have a little Purell stand, a little Purell stand, and you can pump some Purell in your hands. So there's station 1 and station 2 in the parking lot, and then they put somebody comes in from Trillium. They put these beers in a pallet, or not a pallet, on a case, or they have the bottles and the little smaller bottles in a bag. They put it all on the table. Then you get out of the car once they put it on the table, and you take it, you put it in your car, and then you drive off. That's how that works. With your mask on all the time, might I add. But that's how it works at Trillium.
It sounds like a big brewery. It's the way you're saying you have to drive up to a different.
Yeah, I mean it's a pretty big brewery as far as like Massachusetts is concerned, in as far as people that want to experience these New England kind of IPAs, I guess it is a pretty big operation for what they do. Yeah, it's not as big as like Founders Brewing Company or New Belgium. Hell no, it's nothing like that.
Yeah, I remember I had the Founders Oatmeal Stout one time. Is that the one with the baby that looks like Archie Bunker on the front? Yeah, the pablum, with the
That's
bit.
No, that's the
Founders.
That's just their standard breakfast stout. The one that looks like he's eating the bowl of porridge.
Yeah. Oh, breakfast stout. You're right. You're correct. You're
Yeah,
right.
and Bumpy Road Brewery, his state, I forget when it was, a year, probably 2 years ago, I would guess. A year ago, maybe. The state of New Hampshire wanted to ban it because, it's a beer. But then again, we got a kid, we got a toddler on the beer can, promoting beer. That's not right.
Well, he's a fictitious toddler. It's not a real toddler. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Whoever
Right.
brought that lawsuit, whatever Damian Owens is saying right there is correct to you people.
I mean, what's next? The Quaker Oats guy is mocking Quaker and Amish people, but he's fictitious.
We need to sue the Quaker Oats guy because he's making fun of English pirates with that fucking hat he's wearing.
Yeah, he's not even real. Even remember Mama Celeste frozen pizza? She wasn't real.
Right.
Then we got Aunt Jemima in 2020.
Oh, they got rid of.
Aunt Jemima was actually really shackled. Aunt Jemima was actually really shackled to the bottom of a table. Wow, what?
Let me tell you, if I was Aunt Jemima, if I was Aunt Jemima and I was for real, and I was making royalties off of the sales of pancake syrup for decades, I'd wear that bandana around my head.
I don't know if you ever seen Tracy Morgan on Saturday Night Live, right?
I know.
His wife is Aunt Jemima, and she sells the syrup, right? What does Uncle Jemima sell? Sour mash liquor.
Uncle Jemima.
I'm Uncle Jemima. I sell sour mash liquor.
Moonshine. Hey, we got something there. Uncle Jemima's moonshine.
Interesting. Well, to quote George Orwell, he who controls the present controls the past. He who controls the past controls the present.
Well, we have, after the tarot card reading, I have a song by Oxblood Forge to play. I was just filling in.
Damien.
I was just
very
filling
new.
in Thomas Meadow 75 on the Joe Biden videos in our little chat.
Fuck.
So, okay, now we go.
Here we go.
When he's ready, we go to Damian Owens.
All right. We've got the State of the Union tarot card here, but I've done things a little different. So last week we did the clock spread, but instead of doing the whole clock spread all over again to see if there was going to be any differences, what I've decided to do is, since what it showed everything from last week and then before was correct, so let's see what it shows from now until the end of the year. So we're doing a clock spread, but we're incorporating this unique other spread that I do. So we're doing something really unique here. So don't be surprised if you get a little confused with this layout, but I'll get to the method of the madness here in just a moment. Let me go ahead and switch to the other camera.
So it's like a half moon or something?
No, it's like my traditional like past, present, future outcome.
Yeah.
But we've got more cards and we've got more connection cards, and they're intermingled in this very specific way in order to really get a definitive answer as to what's going to happen from here to the end of the year. So that way, to where we can understand it. So let's go ahead and go to the front. All right, so yeah, you're probably going to be like, whoa, what the hell? I'm getting to it. All right, so the first
Looks like
card
a
we got up
mastodon
here
now.
is July. But
Yep.
these 4 cards are weeks 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, I've done a gap here because we're going to August, September, October, November, December. And the cards in between that you see here are all connection cards to see what will be a transitionary period to that month to show why that particular card is being represented by that month. So that way it's pretty detailed, it's pretty accurate, so we get some really good insights because a lot's been going on, a lot is up in the air, but let's see by doing this if we can get some answers. So I've been reading it already and I've been deciphering it, decoding it, doing whatever. And man, oh man, do we got a lot of stuff to cover from here until the end of the year. So let's go ahead and dive right into it. All right, so the first card we have here is being represented by the Four of Pentacles for the month of July. Well, why is this being represented as the month of July? Well, in a lot of states that have already reopened and gotten back to a great sense of normalcy, there's been some economic recovery. Like here in my area, where we've been open pretty much ever since May 1st, but all businesses are booming.
Untrue.
Will you let me do the damn reading? Jesus.
All businesses are booming.
Yeah, in my area, businesses are booming. Grocery stores, restaurants, all that, they are booming. And other pockets throughout the United, not the whole United States, but in pockets, there is some economic recovery. Now, is it widespread? No, but starting here in July, we're seeing the economic recovery of reopening. So let's go ahead and see the 4 weeks. So we've got the first week as strength. So this was like very early July, like the 4th of July. People just going out, enjoying themselves, and getting together with friends, family, enjoying themselves because they've not really done it in the past little bit. So they're just like, you know what? We're putting fear and cowardice aside. We're going to enjoy it. So let's see what went into week 2, which is kind of what we're still in. We're in like this transition of week 2 to week 3. The 5 of Swords. Well, the 5 of Swords has popped up in many different readings before, but the main thing I'm getting off of this card is a lot of people are really getting skeptical and really questioning a lot of things. So over here, these will be represented by media or anyone else. They're putting 2 and 2 together and they're questioning everything. And I think we're definitely seeing that people are just like, you know what? The hell with this. But week 3 is very because it's being represented by the Queen of Swords. So with this Queen of Swords, we're definitely going to be seeing a lot of bickering, a lot of arguing, just a lot of bullshit in general. A lot of people are going to be very opinionated. They're going to be very like at each other's throats. Opinions are going to clash. All this, that, and the other. So
Your
definitely
your audio stopped.
coming in the next week. But
Damien, your audio. I don't know what happened.
We can't hear you, Damien.
Your audio stopped. I don't know why.
hang on.
I have no idea why. Check your mic.
How about now?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
All right. So, did you catch the Queen of Swords?
No, I didn't. It went dead. I didn't catch that.
All right. So, the Queen of Swords being represented here in week 3, but did you get the 5 of Swords?
We didn't get any of it.
None of it? So, I got to do everything back from the beginning. So I got to do everything back to the beginning. Hang on. Can you hear me? Oh, for God's sake.
Hello, James. Where did James go?
I'm here.
I can.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. All right, cool. I was hearing Damien starting to talk again.
He said, "For
All
God's
right.
sakes." That's the last thing I heard him say.
All right. So I got to go all the way back to the beginning.
No, you don't.
So, all right. Well, where was it left off?
After the Four of Pentacles, it went dead.
All right. So the first week here again was being represented by strength, and what I said was, so this was like 4th of July weekend. People just putting things aside and saying, you know what, to hell with this. We're gonna go out. We're gonna enjoy ourselves. We're gonna spend time with friends. We're gonna spend time with family, and just enough. That's what I said about strength. Now, this week, which we're in here in week 2, is being represented by the Five of Swords. Well, the Five of Swords has come up plenty of different times in previous readings, but what is being indicated here is people are really not so sure about everything anymore. They're being very skeptical, they're questioning a lot, and ultimately it's going to lead to people just being like, you know what, I'm not believing this bullshit anymore. Just forget about it. And that's going to be further shown here in week 3 with the Queen of Swords. So with the Queen of Swords showing up over the next few weeks, there's going to be a lot of turmoil. A lot of opinions are going to be clashing. People are going to be at each other's throats. So definitely a lot of turmoil coming in the next couple of weeks. Now, what's interesting here is the final week being indicated by the moon. So, with this turmoil that's coming to fruition, the outcome for the month is still uncertain. So, let's look here at the connections to see what we've got. So, as a connection between week 1 and 2, we have the Tower. So, this further goes to show my point. So when the tower showed up in a previous reading, it was like something sudden, something shocking, and I'm still getting that, but I'm not getting it in the same way that it was in another reading. That here, by so many people just becoming so, what's the word I'm looking for? Becoming so numb to everything, I guess you could call it. Becoming so numb and just not really paying attention to so much anymore, that they thought one outcome was going to happen, but in reality, the other happened. So that's what's being indicated by this, the sudden shock of, oh my God, people have become numb to all of this. What are we going to do? So that's what I'm seeing with that. Now, with week 3 and week 4 as our connection, I'm definitely seeing, even though the opinions of this and that clashing, instead of being at each other's throats for the long run, it's going to be for a short term. But once everything gets hashed out, there's going to be a much more decisive plan of action. Now, what it is, we'll see. But I could definitely say this: it's going to be an interesting plan. It's going to be definitely economic involved, emotion involved, action involved, and desire involved. So we're definitely going to see a plan. It's going to be a very complicated plan of action. So be on the lookout. It could really be anything, but if it's any one of those or all of those, don't be surprised. So let's take a look here at the rest of the year. So we've got August, September, October, November, December. Here's our connection cards. All right, so for August. So August is going to be a not really a action month, but not really a do nothing month. There's still going to be stuff going on, but I really don't see any more of this just trying to do this, do that, when in reality it's not going to do anything type thing. It's going to be definitely people just saying, you know what, maybe we were wrong, maybe it wasn't as bad as what we thought it was going to be, and let's just get together as Americans, come together, and just rebuild and repair as a country.
That'll never happen.
Now we have September. So September definitely is going to be an interesting month. So with September, I'm definitely seeing people looking at things from a different perspective. That the old ways of looking at everything as it was pertaining to this is not going to be the same. It's going to be something new. Now, another thing they're also talking about for September is the second round of stimulus. Now, the details about the second round of stimulus are still very sketchy, and they're keeping it on the down low for now because they don't want to say something and then ultimately that turn out not to be true. But we're definitely going to see September being a pivotal month. So, October. This card, I believe, was actually either in this position or in a position very close to when we did the clock reading, and it is represented by the Nine of Cups. So the Nine of Cups here is almost at the end of the cup cycle. So I definitely see that October, that's when things are finally going to resolve themselves. But how it's going to be resolved, we'll see. But I could definitely tell you, those who actually finally get their way or resolve something, they're going to be smug and arrogant about it. So we'll see. All right, now November. November is definitely going to be another month in terms of economic recovery, because anytime the Seven of Pentacles show up, it involves economic work, or it involves just doing work in general. So this will be the start of the holidays. So if things have been kind of down or this, that, and the other, this is when they're going to pick up again. So people going out buying things, shopping, working overtime to do this, to do that. Yeah, that's going to be November in a nutshell. So let's look at December. So December is the Empress. So December is looking like that it's going to be the end-all resolution of what's been going on this entire year. So all the ups, all the downs, this, that, they're all going to be resolved. So whatever good, bad, in between, yeah. So however bad things may be as they were before, as they are now, they're all going to be all right in the end. Now let's look at our connection cards. So the connection card between August and September is being represented here by the Chariot. So that's why I was saying it's going to be interesting in these months, because the Chariot shows that they're either going to go one of two ways. It's either going to go this way or it's going to go that way. It's not going to go a third way. It's going to go either this way or it's going to go that way. So it's time to just make a decision, pick it, and stick with it. There cannot be any more room for indecisiveness. Something just has to be done, and we just got to take it and go with it. All right, so October. Here's our connection card for October, for December, October, and also November. We have the Ace of Wands. So with this Ace of Wands, we're definitely going to be seeing more of just the desire of, man, just enough. We're tired. We're burned out. Let's just get back to normal. That's what this is going to be. But with justice being the connection between November and December, this also indicates that if there's been any kind of like legal action that's been taken as a result of this, whether it be like against certain orders, certain mandates, they're all going to be either ruled one way or another. But the way things have been going, looks like it's going to be everything that's been done for the orders, the mandates, they're all going to get struck down. So definitely an interesting read, at least a sign of hope as to where things are going to go, but I'm not sweating it, so, and it doesn't look like a lot of people really are sweating about it all that much anymore, so as bad as things have been and are now, they're going to get better. So that's this week's reading, so stay tuned for next week's.
Joy to the
How is this any? Well, I hate to cut you off, James. How is that any different? What Gary just showed us than putting chips on a table at blackjack with cards?
Oh no, this is way different than gaming. This is.
I don't think it is though, because I don't know where these cards. I don't know. I know what the cards are physically per se. I don't know where the cards came from in order to determine that's what's going to happen. Someone's got to be the dissent in all this. It's not just because I'm wearing a Leonard Skinner shirt. I gotta be rednecked. But like how is somebody supposed to believe that that's the odds that's what's going to happen? Versus I'm playing card game. I'm playing 5-card stud at the Bellagio in Vegas. Like,
well,
seriously,
when the person shuffles the 58 card deck of the tarot, he she concentrates on the subject at hand, and and it mystically just is laid out to give a message.
What does that mean?
It's mystically the astral world, the spirit world. Causes the cards to be laid out and provide.
How come the mystically astrophysical world isn't on my side when I'm trying to win money in Vegas? Then,
well, you're talking about monetary gain and gambling.
You're damn right. I'm talking about monetary gain. If this crap's going to tell me what's going on in the real world in the future, I should be able to know if I'm going to be able to financially support X, Y, and Z parts of my life.
Divining rods, can you be used to help pick winning lottery numbers? Or
thank you.
Okay.
Yes.
What about the horse? What about the racetrack? What about if I placed you over a racing form over each horse? Could that be done?
Thank you. Yes.
So when I took the pendulum to the racetrack and I won 99.9% of the races, even though I was cheap and I put $2 bet on the horses, do you operate on the same mystical principle as the pendulum?
Thank you.
Yes. Now the hospitals seem to be overwhelmed in all of the southern and western states. They have to open up like convention centers and other buildings to put the COVID-19 patients in. They're overwhelming. Is this actually happening for real, divining rods? Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So, and the people, I'm not going to get into the deaths because hospitals get more government money when they say death by COVID-19. But the hospitals are actually definitely getting overwhelmed, and Texas, Arizona, and Florida. Yes. Okay. Now, Oxblood Forge, are they destined for much bigger and better things than what they're going through now? I thought so.
Thank you.
Divining Rods, would you like to hear this Oxblood Forge song that Eric has so kindly presented to us here? Yes.
Oh.
So the divining rods want to hear Oxblood Forge, and therefore
Okay.
they will. What the freak? Oh, I got to copy and paste it into. Okay, it's not hyper.
You might need to.
Okay. Oh, if that's the case, I might as well do something here. Joy to the fishes in the deep blue sea. Joy to you and me. All right. Jeremiah was that bullfrog. Sign into Chrome. Liquors.
Sign into Chrome. You should be able to just use that link however I gave it.
Wait a minute. What? Oh, you gave me a Google link. And it's telling me. Why is it telling me to?
It shouldn't be telling you something weird. That link should be able to be used no matter what web browser you're using, as long as you're on the internet.
Yeah, Google. I use it on Google. All right.
That should work.
Something weird's going on. Let me post. Let me post it in the. You gave it to me in private chat.
Mm-hmm.
Why? How come it's not letting me go? It's not letting me go to the public comments. Isn't that strange? All right.
I don't know.
Let me try it.
I'm not on the. It's not on the public comments.
No, I'm trying to see if it hyperlinks. It keeps sending me to Google Hangouts for some reason. You know what I could do? Let me try to bring it up on Facebook.
Try that from at some point yesterday when I would have sent it to you on Facebook.
Okay, so I'm going to.
Just gonna click one of the links and we'll try it.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it on one of the Facebook. It's joy to the deep blue sea, joy to you and me. It's as joyful as Jay Terrio's Dawnbusters.
He's drinking at 11. He's drinking at 5 a.m. again, huh? All right.
Yeah, he did one. He did one.
He's a real drunkard.
Oh, he's gonna do one. He didn't get up yet.
Is it still with that Grants that he doesn't like, or maybe he does like?
No, he keeps all the taste comparisons involve Grants versus Chivas Regal, Grants versus whatever.
If he likes Grants better than Chivas Regal, then everybody go out tomorrow and buy Grants. Stat. That's a cheap buy, right there.
He's been doing this this comparison with Grants.
That might be the best video he's put out at 5 in the morning. Again, if Chivas Regal doesn't win against Grants, then that's one of the greater deals in liquor history right there, if you ask me.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, it works on Facebook. Here we go. Oxblood.
Random. Here you go.
Ready, people? You're going to hear the greatest new indie band ever.
Ever.
Ever conceived in a womb. You ready?
All right, the solo is next, people. The solo. Here you go, people. Yeah. Woo. There you go. There you go, people. We're working on it. We're getting the album out. We're trying. We're doing things. Oxblood Forge. Look us up on Bandcamp, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Yeah.
That's right. You heard it. You heard it right here on Progressive Discussions, the Progressive Piranha, Oxblood Forge, the best new upcoming rock band in the universe. And all the luck in the world to...
that was called Decimate. Was that song called Decimator?
Yeah.
I maybe called it Decimator on that little MP3 file name, but I think that song's actually called Into the Abyss. So Into the Abyss by Oxblood Forge. There you go.
Divining Rods, did you enjoy this Decimator song by Oxblood Forge? Did you like it? Yes.
Oh yeah.
Do you feel that Oxblood Forge has sky's the limit potential in the rock industry? Yes.
Yeah.
Now, do you think Eric Fraunfelter is going to go down in history as one of the greatest heavy metal drummers ever conceived in a womb?
All right, Divining
Not
Rods,
very
I got
confident
a
on that
question,
one.
too.
Oh no!
Oh, I did say yes. Oh, that Soman I had, Eric, that I showed, that Soman that I showed you
Yeah.
the photo. Oh, it was freaking awesome. The
I'm
one,
liking that. I'm liking that stuff. I'm liking that Soman cold noodle soup. I mean, you put a little bit of you put it in another bowl and you just take it and then you wash it and I keep the bowl cold in the freezer while I'm cooking the noodles. And then I take that out of the freezer, put the noodles in there and I just take it out and I dip it in that Soman soup base. It's pretty, I like it. I like to add, the only thing that I do with it is I like to cut up some green onions on top of the Soman noodle.
oh yeah, they use that a lot.
Yeah, it's a good little texture.
It's like scallions, but it's skinnier. You know, the dipping sauce is a concentrate, and I can use that. Use that on ramen. I can use it with soba or in Soman. So you put 2 tablespoons in the bowl. I use the stainless steel bowl because it gets cold, and then you put a little filtered water in it, and then as it gets icy cold, then the Soman's going to cook like a couple minutes, not even.
Yeah.
And then I take the spaghetti scooper, the thing that looks like a hand, and instead of dirtying a colander, I use the spaghetti scooper and I put it right in that bowl, and then that goes in the freezer or in the refrigerator. And now that is a popular way to serve it. Now, if I want to make a Soman that's hot, I have the soup stock from Japan concentrate. They're 2 different varieties of the same company. I use soup stock, which you can use it for udon, ramen. I got the ramen with the egg, the yellow ramen.
All right, I have a few questions for the Divining Rods.
Yeah, sure, certainly.
Okay, so Copper Divining Rods. So my tarot card reading, was it correct?
Hesitation.
You mean about
sometimes it takes it a moment.
Well, I don't know about people just like, saying party time. Let's all have fun.
Yes or no, party time.
I mean, I don't know about that because they already tried that, and it filled up the hospitals to capacity. I think
that's the way things have been going. They're just basically where it's just been constant bombardment. They're just like, whatever, things are just gonna be what they're gonna be.
Oh, I know. Divining Rods, is a 60-game Major League Baseball season really worth it in the end? Oh, nope. Oh, Divining Rods not in with the MLB in 2020. I see.
Why can't they wear thermal underwear and just play into November?
Untraditional. I don't know.
Thermal underwear is untraditional. Yeah, but they keep warm.
Baseball's untraditional when it's snowing outside. I don't know.
Warm in October. Well, what about retractable dome stadiums that a lot of cities have? I mean.
New York City and Boston don't have those.
I miss
Detroit does, maybe.
I miss football when they slide around on the ice and snow, like Minnesota, Lambeau Field, in Green Bay. When they played hard.
Yeah, but that's football. Football's made to be a manly sport in that weather. Come on.
Yeah, baseball players are very, they're more delicate. They sit on the bench when they get a boo-boo, you know, when they get a little boo-boo, they
I couldn't imagine baseball players because they just don't. I couldn't imagine baseball players trying to play in any kind of weather. They just don't. That's not the kind of people they are. They don't play in rain for that long, and it's you're not keeping people in the stands, especially in November, if it's going to be really extremely cold and it's going to be snowing. Who's going to a baseball stadium to watch baseball
not
for 9
baseball.
innings during a snowstorm?
I was at Giants Stadium with a girl watching the Giants play the Pittsburgh Steelers, and I had snow going down the back of my neck, and you know, and they
Yeah,
had
but you're not
tailgate parties.
watching that sport for 9 innings like with baseball.
Yeah,
I
you're right.
feel like baseball would be a way slower paced sport than the football stuff. There's more action going on with the football. I just feel like baseball would drag on forever in the wintertime. It would seem you would get the illusion like it's a longer game when it's cold, and you're like, it's only the 5th inning and I'm freezing my ass off. What's going on?
Football, like hockey, is a much faster moving, higher scoring game. Soccer is
higher scoring, sure.
Soccer's boring to Americans because it takes forever to score.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
Just like Beavis and Butthead takes forever to score. In fact, they never scored.
Oh, what about that girl that lived next door to Beavis and Butthead, and they asked the father for her hand, but not in marriage. It was her hand to jerk them off.
I do
Remember
not
that?
know.
You remember
I do
that
not know.
episode?
But apparently, Beavis and Butthead is making a comeback. Apparently, they're going to start
Oh,
making
they
new
are?
episodes
The
again.
father
Like,
wanted
I don't know how many time.
Oh, you want to? Oh, well, what nice gentlemen the both of you are. You want to ask my daughter for her hand? Oh,
you're talking about you're talking about Hank Hill from Beavis and Butthead. There, damn, that's where you got to start from. However, apparently at some point, I don't know when that some point is. Beavis and Butthead is coming back onto the airwaves, people. I don't know if we're all prepared for that one again.
Episodes?
I remember there were
time with new episodes.
Workers. Remember when there were outbound calls, inbound call center, inbound. Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh, what a disaster that was. That was so funny.
They're doing it again in 2020 or 2021. Beavis and Butthead's gonna go back on the airwaves, people.
That's
crazy.
Hey, why not? South Park has been going strong for a long time.
Maybe Beavis and Butthead meet South Park. That would be a good show right there, maybe.
Eric Cartman does a cameo.
Eric Cartman meets Beavis and Butthead.
Yeah. Eric Cartman does the cameo appearance on Beavis and Butthead.
That might be funny.
All right.
Actually have an episode of King of the Hill with Beavis and Butthead.
Now, it's not that the country cannot open up, but it must open up gradually and cautiously and safely.
Well, that's what it's indicating by the cards.
Yeah.
With all the misinformation and just all the fear, the hysteria, and this and that, Americans just going to be like, you know what? The hell with this. Whatever the fuck happens, happens. That's really honestly how they feel about it. They're just going to be like, whatever happens, happens. We're just going to live our lives. We're going to enjoy ourselves. And if we get sick, we get sick. And if we die, we die. Honestly, Americans are literally to just that point. If they live, they live. If they die, they die.
Well, you know, death is not a very pleasant concept, but you know,
to Americans right now, with the way shit has just been going sideways for so long, they're just like, fuck it, whatever. They don't fucking care anymore.
You know where Americans screw everything up is at the polls. If they stopped, if they learned that the Democrats and the Republicans are the forces of evil and they shouldn't be voting for either or, they should be voting for somebody else, that'll be a huge plus.
Well, like I said, that's just the way things are going. And plus, with the Justice card, I'm just putting my cards back in the box and I'm just sitting here off to the side. But just that's what it showed with the Justice card. I mean, like the mandates, the orders, and shutting down businesses and doing this and that and all the different lawsuits that they're saying this person died of COVID-19 when they did, or this person didn't die of COVID-19 when they did. Just all the different legal action that's going on. I know it's a mess, but everything's just going to come to a resolve. And the way things are going, the mandates and the orders and all the different lawsuits, they're going to be resolved. So if there is another, whatever you want to call it, round 2, round 3, or anything that happens in the future, we'll have legal precedent on what we can and what we can't do.
Well, they haven't been honest with the American public. Not only the media, but the celebrity doctors that became famous because of the pandemic. All of them keep on giving slightly different takes on everything as the weeks go by. People are getting very confused, frustrated, and angry because, you got the World Health Organization, and then you got the people who follow the World Health Organization. Then you have the celebrity doctors that have their own opinions and their own takes on things, and they're just really confusing people.
Well, that's going to play into it. That's why Americans are just saying, you know what, fuck it. If we live, we live. If we die, we die. But we're not going to live in fear. We're going to enjoy ourselves. We're going to enjoy lives. And if people want to be afraid and do this and that, fine.
You got nobody listens to what the healthcare professionals in other countries have been successful with. The United States ignores it because the United States is obsessed on the profit-driven vaccine. They don't look at what other countries have done successfully with the drug treatments with this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, the French told them. The French, they popularized what the world was doing with hydroxychloroquine with zinc. And the United States arrogantly turned their back on the French, just like the United States turned their back on the summit. What is it? The World Climate Summit, or the summit they had in Europe about climate change. The United States decided, or Trump decided, well, we're not going to attend it. We're not going to attend it. Because why? Because big oil probably pays off Trump, and Trump is in business with Saudi Arabia, which has oil wells, and he's the greediest son of a bitch, or one of. I don't know who's worse, J.P. Morgan or him. Probably both, but
probably.
It's too far gone. The United States is too far gone with corruption. It's too far gone with the deficit. It's just shot to hell. And the problem is two things: the capitalism and the two-party system. That's really the heart of the matter. I tried to explain to Eric about how tarot cards work. He knew they exist, but he wasn't.
Well, I was going to explain exactly how they work, but he left. But whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah,
but
I told him what they were. I told him, as the practitioner is shuffling the 58 card deck, he or she is concentrating on the subject or the person, and mysticism, the occult, the spirit world, whatever you want to call it, arranges for the cards to be laid out in a certain manner.
Right.
I mean, not layout, but the specific cards that are taken off the top of the deck are divinely influenced. And he goes, "Oh, really? How is that different than me playing blackjack in Las Vegas?"
Well, it started off as a card game, and then it progressed into this.
Well, it's an ancient. Cards are an ancient game and also divination. They both go way back. I have a deck from Spain, not modern day. I had never opened it up. I got it at a dollar store. I saw it. I go, oh, interesting. Playing cards from Spain with like Renaissance designs on it. But I never opened it up.
Right.
Never. And, it was just an eye catcher. I saw it at a dollar store and I grabbed it. But I know the European playing card deck looks very, very similar to the Tarot Minor Arcana.
Yeah, there was a mix, like the Marseille deck, which is a timeless classic, which I've tried using the Marseille deck. I could never connect with it, but to some people, they really connect with it. But I could never use it. It seems like the one I really do the best with is the Universal Rider-Waite, because some decks.
Well, that's a modern deck. That's a more modern deck.
Yeah, it is a modern deck, but other decks that I have and other ones I've used, and you try to explain it, and whenever you show like the pictures on other decks and try to explain the meanings, they just don't really catch with people. That's why I like the modern deck, because I can read it and I can understand it, but the pictures on the Rider-Waite are the easiest to read and to understand, not only as a reader, but also the querent can understand it as well.
Yeah, I like the colors of the Marseille. I like the vivid colors. You know, they have the same major and minor arcana. They're just different design. That's all.
Right. But here's something I found out very interesting. So kind of going back on that particular reading. So it keeps showing September as the Hangman. When the Hangman comes up, it indicates a new perspective. But it's just what really now could come to fruition as something like really new or groundbreaking or revolutionary that hasn't already done it. Whether it's true, not true, just what else really is it could be. And I think about these after I do the reading, and it dawned on me. I had a light bulb moment. So to kind of break the stagnation and to kind of think outside the box a little bit more. All right, so let's look at the evidence that's already been presented, but let's look at it from a little different perspective, and let's also maybe do something a little different. All right. So one of the ones I was asking you last night when I was telling you, okay, well, if it is real, it really ought to be just the flu. If it's got flu-like symptoms, and it can be treated almost like it is a flu, whether it's like bacterial, antiviral, medications, what have you. But let's pause it for just a second. All right. So let's use this evidence of, okay, if it's got 60% RNA similarity to SARS, and that's what they're doing to show that this is a virus, and this is what it is that they're using to test. All right. So how much of the RNA code actually has been decoded to actually show that it does have 60% similarity to SARS? Was it 5%, 10%, 25%, 50%? How much has actually been decoded to come to that conclusion?
And I mean, and if it's written in stone that it's 60% RNA, I mean, is it just in theory, or one lab's opinion, or one epidemiologist's opinion? I mean, or is it a World Health Organization claim?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out is, okay, well, where is the source of this claim? Where is this open source RNA code for people to decode and decipher to see what really lies within it? But the fact that they're being so skeptical not skeptical, but being so hesitant to show the RNA code to where other people can decode it and decipher it and see what else lies within it and see if there might be another way we can combat it. But they're not.
And
but
how,
I'm curious.
And how does Dr. Fauci know that a brand new mutated version of the swine flu is coming soon? How does he know this? Is he like all of a sudden clairvoyant? I mean, a new mutated version of the swine flu is coming soon, most likely this autumn. Okay. So what he's saying is, the United States is always going to be in a pandemic on lockdown. But how does he know this is coming?
Yeah, exactly. So, but the fact that they're not allowing this RNA to actually really be studied and examined should be another indicator that maybe what they're saying all along has really been bullshit. Because as part of your scientific foundation and your scientific basis, you have to show your work. Well, the fact that they're not showing their work only is just going to further add fuel to the fire in terms of the skepticism.
Right.
So, why don't we just decode the whole thing? Go from top to bottom, look at everything that lies in the code to see what it really is. Because if the whole thing's not been decoded and they're saying that it's 60% similar, but they're not saying how much it was decoded to give it that similarity, that should be another immediate red flag. Because I
Right.
guarantee you, if they find that code and someone deciphered it from top to bottom and examined it line by line by line by line, however long that might take, I guarantee you they will find something in there that would show that they've been fluffing this up all along. And you'll probably see if the whole thing's been decoded that that 60% similarity might drop drastically, but then it might go up. But still, just the fact of they're not allowing it to come forward for other scientists, epidemiologists, doctors, what have you, to examine this should be another red flag. Because that really is like the core basis of their evidence.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And as a lawyer in a court of law, we would say, show your work. We need this evidence to have an equal formal defense. But the fact that they're not cooperating and the fact they're doing everything they can to obstruct it should indicate it's time to declare a mistrial and get this all thrown out.
Yeah.
But that keeps lingering. The Hangman in September new perspective. And I don't know why that's coming to my mind, but I wonder if that actually is it. That someone actually gets the code and really examines it and sees what really lies in it and see how we can fight this 7 ways to Sunday. Just that keeps coming in my mind. Decode the RNA 100%. Decode it 100%. And I don't know why. It's a mystery right now.
Oh yeah, you're definitely onto something. Well, there's a reason why that's in your mind. It's almost like you're having a psychic vision about the claim of 60% RNA of SARS, and that why it keeps on entering your train of thought.
Well, I can understand it to a good point. Like using their own evidence. That this is what we've got to show the test. But they're not showing what sequence of DNA. And that's what's kind of scary. So who knows what really lies in this code? Because that could also explain why people are testing positive and exhibiting no symptoms, because they have that strand of RNA in their genetic material. So if they're testing that, they're going to show positive because of RNA similarity. So we're going to have to go back to the drawing board on this.
Yeah, apparently, yeah. Well, I was thinking, I guess the reason why the cards are coming out discussing the pandemic and the lockdown and everything is because that's what's preoccupying the country right now. Aside from the the extortion and bullying tactics of Black Lives Matter. But other than that, that's the important issue that's messing up the United States. So because I was just wondering, how come the cards are not coming out with any other meanings aside from COVID-19? But so far, that's the preoccupation of the State of the Union. That's
Well,
it.
Yeah, it is preoccupied, but it's also affecting the entire world. But all along, the cards keep showing it's not what it is. It's not what they keep claiming it to be. But it's not showing it as in they're doing it as like something evil and malicious, as in like it's designed to kill a bunch of people, but
Right.
just more or less to scare people.
Well, the Italians were honest enough to really come clean with what they found in the autopsies that they were told not to do by the World Health Organization. They came clean with the findings and they hit the nail on the head. But the United States, the only time I've ever seen information, barely, because they took it off the internet too, is on the internet. The mainstream media, not one word about anything, any findings that took place in Europe by the French or by anybody, the Italians, by Asian countries. They just keep on talking about the same fucking things. The death toll, the hospitals are overwhelmed, and we need a vaccine. Oh, sure, you need a vaccine. That's how Big Pharma is going to make a fortune. They don't talk about what the rest of the world is doing, or has done successfully, what France did successfully, and the rest of the world. They don't even talk about Sweden. Oh, let's study Sweden. Nothing. Everything's about gloom and doom, and we need a vaccine.
Right, but also I got another light bulb moment, and I want to go ahead and get out there before I forget it.
All right.
Okay, so we've gone back to the drawing board on this. All right, so getting to the RNA code. All right, well, let's look at how this is being treated. So if they're really touting hydroxychloroquine and zinc, all right, and hydroxychloroquine is used to treat malaria, but also is used for other diseases.
Autoimmune afflictions.
Yeah.
Rheumatoid arthritis, lupus,
Yeah.
Lou Gehrig's disease.
Yes. But let's look at both of those equally. Okay, let's look at malaria itself, and let's look at the autoimmune disease. All right. According to what medical information we have out there, how much RNA similarity would those have to SARS? Because if we can find more similarities with SARS and that, but yet hydroxychloroquine and zinc are treating this, then maybe, just maybe, yeah, it is a flu and it's a virus, but it's not your traditional virus.
Well,
that it does operate a little bit differently, but here's what's so odd. If hydroxychloroquine and zinc paired together in a moderate to severe case, and they're asymptomatic in hours, almost as if they didn't have it in the first place, then that kind of proves two things. One, that proves that the virus is actually much easier to combat and treat than the common cold or the flu. And if that also is true, that with these two together, and I'm also curious if, patients who are taking it for autoimmune diseases, but are also doing it to either treat malaria or as a preventive measure to malaria, I wonder how much similarity is there between this and malaria and autoimmune disease? There's
Now,
gotta be a connection.
okay, now hydroxychloroquine is made from quinine, what they put in tonic water. That was the original old time treatment for malaria from tropical regions, from the mosquito. Now, what the coronavirus family have in common, and also other viruses have the same thing in common. They have a negative effect on the immune system, because what that doctor was saying is they have a tendency to block the vitamin D receptors on every cell of your body. Every cell has a vitamin D receptor, and they tend to interfere with the vitamin D receptor, and then other immune suppressive things take place. The what is it? The cytokine storm, and with the lungs, and then you have thrombosis and everything. But the immune system kind of goes haywire, or it doesn't do its job, because the viruses have a sneaky strategy of blocking the receptors from these important fat soluble vitamins that have a positive effect on the immune system. And that's why the people who died are all found deficient in vitamin D and the fat soluble vitamins.
All right, you know what? I think you just built on to what it is I was saying. Okay, so if it's used, what are the symptoms of malaria? Because at least now we know how autoimmune diseases work and how this helps with that. But what are malaria's symptoms?
That is a good question, worth researching.
Like, does it cause flu? Does it cause coughing, sneezing?
Okay, years ago, one of my ex-girlfriends, who's a lawyer in New York and New Jersey, she's on my friends list. She came down with the poor girl came down with multiple sclerosis, which is an autoimmune disease. And we were talking. This was a few years before the pandemic. This was maybe even longer. We were discussing her multiple sclerosis, and I was reading some articles back then about how people with MS and Lou Gehrig's disease and rheumatoid arthritis and lupus tend to have a severe deficiency in vitamin D. And I showed her the articles, and I said, vitamin D was found to be extremely beneficial, even miraculous, for autoimmune illness. Okay, now we come into the future into pandemic times. So all of a sudden, COVID-19 victims that have severe symptoms and also who pass away are found to have very severe deficiencies of D. Then I watched some videos where they claim that vitamin D deficiency is the most common deficiency in the world, because modern humans don't get the sunlight, the sun radiation that they used to get in the old days, because people are indoors a lot more. They wear clothing. They said that even people in Saudi Arabia, people in the Middle East, because they're covered, because of their religion, they're not getting the radiation must touch your skin for at least 20 to 30 minutes per day in order to get maximum vitamin D3. Your face, your arms, possibly your legs. So, seeing the connection between the articles years ago about autoimmune disease patients being very deficient in vitamin D, and today COVID-19 patients are very deficient, and most people in the world, because of modern living, have a deficiency in this vitamin that's actually a hormone. And vitamin A also plays a big role, but D plays a significant role in the immune system. So, getting back to your question, what are the symptoms of malaria?
Yes. All right.
And that can be found very easily by me going to Google Chrome.
All right, because there was another thing that was drawing me to this. Okay, so if hydroxychloroquine is used for both, there's got to be some similarities between all three. Because if there wasn't, then this would be odd man out in terms of how is it really able to treat it if there's no similarities between malaria and autoimmune disease? There has to be a connection there. Otherwise, the treatment would make no sense.
Okay. All right. Here we go. Okay. I'm going to post the symptoms. I'm going to post the symptoms in the comments box, not the private, but the regular comments box.
Okay.
All right.
So let's see here.
Okay.
Yellowing, coloring of the skin, loss of red blood cells, symptoms, chills. Okay, so is it like cold sweats?
In other words, this is the whole thing is separated by StreamYard in two parts. So the beginning would be symptoms of malaria include fever and flu-like illness, including shaking, chills, headache, muscle aches, and tiredness, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may also occur. Some of these symptoms sounds very familiar. Malaria may cause anemia and jaundice, which is yellow coloring of the skin and eyes because of the loss of red blood cells. Symptoms is chills. Okay. Chills meaning fever. Chills are associated with fever, right? Muscle aches, tiredness also. Flu-like illness, nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may also occur. Here's some more. Abdominal and or muscle pains, chills, fatigue, fever. I already said that. Night sweats, shivering or sweating, which is what people have when they have a high fever, right? Gastrointestinal, diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Also common is fast heart rate, headache, mental confusion, or pallor. That's from the Mayo Clinic. This is from the CDC. The symptoms that I just posted is from the CDC. A life-threatening disease is typically transmitted through the bite of an infected mosquito. Carry the Plasmodium. Let me see. Plasmodium parasite. So just like the Black Death, just like the bubonic plague, a parasite of the animal, like with the plague, it's bacterial infection from a flea that's on a rat. In this case, it's a Plasmodium parasite on a mosquito that infects the mosquito. The parasite enters the human body from the mosquito bite. They travel to the liver where they mature. After several days, the mature parasites enter the bloodstream and begin to infect red blood cells and then thus multiply. So parasitic from the mosquito, and apparently this this hydroxychloroquine, which is a drug from quinine, kills the parasites. Okay, but this, you see the similarity of the symptoms, though. A lot of the symptoms of malaria are very similar to the symptoms of COVID-19. There's some similarities in symptoms.
Yeah. Okay. So if we see there's a connection there, then I'm curious. All right. So if that's that side, well, let's look at the other side of it. All right. Well, what symptoms follow the other side, the other thing we've been talking about?
Are we talking about autoimmune?
Yes.
Well,
that.
autoimmune is a real, well, to medical science, it's a mystery, because you're talking about the body's immune system attacking itself. Your body's immune system has no direction, and I know there's a part of the immune system. The immune system has ranks. There's a part of the immune system that is the general, so to speak. It directs the activity of the white blood cells, and then you have the antibodies, microphages. They call them microphages. But there's something that recognizes the foreign invader, sends the signal to the troops, and similar to your red coats, in that game you're playing. It sends an order to the troops, the various troops that have different functions. So something is screwing up the directions and the behavior of the immune system entities. Let's just call them entities for now. That are attacking the host instead of the invader. It's like your troops opening up cannon fire on your own castle, your own fortress, instead of the enemy's fortress. And it's really strange. But they did find a severe deficiency in autoimmune patients of vitamin D. So,
okay.
And there is an immunosuppressive behavior in COVID-19. But then again, if a person supplements with enough vitamin D, then that overrides COVID-19. Well, not just COVID-19. It overrides any virus from blocking the receptor sites on the cells, on your cells, because you're getting an overflow of vitamin D3 that overrides the blocking of the receptor sites. So it bombards your system. That's why they say if somebody's sick, they should take a minimum of 20,000 international units. If 10,000 for maintenance, I think it's something like 4,000 bare minimum, and as high as 10. And it said no toxicity. To get toxic from vitamin D and even vitamin A, you have to take like over 55,000 international units for months.
Yeah, so I think we're onto something here. There's a connection between all three. There's
Yes.
vitamin D deficiency, but there's also antibody. So if there's a deficiency of antibodies in malaria patients, there's a antibody deficiency in autoimmune disease patients. There's also antibody deficiencies in COVID-19. So we have vitamin D deficiency, we have antibody deficiency. So that actually gives us an insight as to how this virus actually works.
Well, malaria, the parasite goes to the liver and then attacks the red blood cells and replicates inside the red blood cells. And as it replicates, it kills the red blood cell, which is the reason why many malaria patients become anemic, because anemia is a lack of red blood cells.
Right. But the fact that hydroxychloroquine is able to be given to really severe patients with zinc, and if they're asymptomatic in hours, almost as if they never had it, then we're not dealing with a virus or a flu in the traditional sense. In fact, we're dealing with something that's actually much easier to treat, if that's the case.
Yeah.
So that would also mean that we could also see if this virus is almost acting like this really weird mix of malaria and autoimmune disease, but not to branch off too far into speculation, but that leaves us with two possibilities. That leaves us with the possibility of COVID-19 could potentially be this really weird form of malaria, but then yet I'm also curious. I wonder if it also could potentially be not like an autoimmune disease, but could be something that the body itself triggers almost as if it is an infection, when in reality there is no infection there.
Well,
So we've got this weird thing here, but there is similarities and connections.
well, a virus, when you think about it, and I've seen this on videos, does have the behavior of a parasite, because if it doesn't have a host, it lies dormant until it gets a host, it gets inside of a host body, or it just dies. But if it gets into a host body, it travels through the bloodstream and it attaches itself to a human cell and works its way inside the cell, where it replicates and then kills off the human cell by getting inside. So it does have a parasitic behavior to it.
Okay, so it's attacking like red blood cells, but
well,
I'm curious.
That's malaria. But now a virus attacks whatever human cell it can get into.
But it likes to attack red blood cells. So the nature of this virus would have to be attack the red blood cells and attack the immune system to lower the shield, so that way it can have more of a lethal effect. So I wonder if the hydroxychloroquine mixed with the zinc, and the zinc somehow not necessarily punches a hole through the virus and almost like calcifies it, but ultimately protects the existing cells that are already in the body, so that way if the virus were to attack the cell, it would ultimately attack the zinc that is attached to it, and it would almost like kill itself.
Well,
almost like killing it, like doing a suicide thing.
We all know that zinc, vitamin C, vitamin A, and vitamin D are immune system strengthening nutrients. That it boosts the immune system. They all do, to a great extent. And we see the parasite that causes malaria, and we see the behavior of a virus, which is very parasitic, because they both work their way inside of a human cell, and they both replicate inside of a human cell, and then when they replicate, they kill the cell. Okay, which is like, what does a tick do? It sucks your blood like a vampire. right? A flea lands on dogs. They suck the blood. They're parasitic. So they're taking from you and giving you nothing in return. They're only takers. You know, like they sometimes they call a gold digger a parasite. So they both do the same thing with malaria and with viral infections. Get inside the cell, work their way in, replicate, and then thus kill the cell. So
But I wonder if the zinc actually protects the cells.
Well, what happens is the zinc stops the virus from replicating and kills the virus. But for some reason, all right, the zinc will have immune system boosting effects by itself. But there's something about the hydroxychloroquine that makes the zinc go into the virus like a knife through butter. You know, it actually pushes the zinc into the virus, whereas the virus has a membrane, has a protective membrane. Okay, like with antioxidants, vitamin E is known to protect the membrane from oxidation and aging, and vitamin C, which is water soluble, protects the inside, which is liquid, of the human cell. Okay, so what this hydroxychloroquine does is probably just like going through a revolving door, and just gets the zinc inside to do its exterminating.
Right.
Okay.
But we've established that. But what I'm getting at is, all right, well, let's say the virus is making its way through the body. Now, instead of the zinc taking the virus head on, like an offensive approach, it ends up taking a defensive approach to where it protects the cells, to where if it does attack the cells and tries to get in, it's got a barrier around it to where it can't get through. It almost like calcifies it, almost like a knife going right through it and kills it before it even has the chance. That's what I'm getting at. I wonder, does it do that too?
Well, the nutrients, they all, I know D and zinc protects the cell. Vitamin C works with the thymus gland, which produces the leukocytes, the white blood cells. It produces more. It makes the thymus stronger and bigger. Like the more vitamin C you take, the more powerful your thymus becomes, and the greater the production of, you know, the white blood cells and the whole defense. All the ranks are increased in production. You know, so the same thing goes for A. Same thing goes for D. You know, they all have their job. So I think that because Americans are really generally unhealthy people compared to a lot of cultures in the world, I think that when the pandemic came here, the people that were filling up the hospital beds were people with issues. I have a feeling like if they're like black people from the ghetto were victims severely from COVID-19, and a lot of them were obese, they were malnourished, they had high blood pressure, or whatever, diabetes, you know, they had underlying afflictions. And then you have the elderly in the homes, which have pre-existing 9 times out of 10, they have it. But the people from the real poor neighborhoods were getting affected because their health was shot to hell. You know, they had all the aboves, you know, so they're the primary victims, where 80% of healthy Americans that had no underlying illnesses and their immune system was strong to different degrees. They recovered. They recovered in like a couple of weeks, maybe even sooner. Some were asymptomatic. Some just had it and didn't even know they had it, and then they recovered. Some had mild symptoms. Like, let's take a 21-year-old guy. He has no illnesses. He might have the mild symptoms like a bad cold or a mild flu. Boom, 14 days, he recovers. Okay, but you know, he's smart enough to stay home until he gets better. So you know, it's like there's a lot of people, even people that went to the hospital that went home, that went home fully recovered. But then I heard about the hospitals getting extra government money by putting everybody down who died as COVID-19 victims. You know, I heard about that, and then you know, it's just there's a lot of fucking corruption in this capitalist system.
There is, but
yeah.
I think now we're on to something, because I think we're making a connection that either hasn't been made before or is being made currently,
right,
or has already been made but is not being made public.
Well, you see the symptoms of malaria. A lot of them are very similar to COVID-19 symptoms, and similar to the common influenza.
But also, I wonder about autoimmune diseases, because I wonder if autoimmune diseases could even cause those same symptoms as well, to where if maybe someone who does have it and they think they've come down with the cold or the flu, and in reality they've not, that it's just their own immune system attacking their body, but because the immune system is trying to fight back something that is not really a foreign invader, but it's still treating it like it is. I'm curious, are there the same symptoms?
Now that will be the next bit of research to do for the next show, is what are the general common symptoms of an autoimmune disease, and we'll compare that with the symptoms of the virus, the influenza, COVID-19, and malaria. Now, if the symptoms of MS, lupus, if there's a rheumatoid arthritis,
My wife's got RA.
if there's a similarity, yeah, that's autoimmune. If there's she should be pumping D, man, at least 20,000 units a day.
Oh yeah, she is.
If there's a similarity in the symptoms with all of them, then we're on to something.
Yep.
Then we're on to something. That's why I put pandemic pandemonium in the description, because we're always adding something related to this pandemic. So yeah, let's wrap it up. I want to relax and I'm hungry. So
yeah, me too. I'm gonna go fix you something to eat.
Yeah, I might fix some Asian noodles or something. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna have. I don't know. Anyway,
all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It was Blockbuster Show. See you whenever.
Yes, it's a Blockbuster Show indeed.
All right. See you later.
Bye-bye.